If you could just give me a quick high-level summary, thank you.
Okay, Honorable Crowdy, we'll let state.
A safety outreach for all tribal programs and enterprises on an annual basis. So we receive a lot of requests for binders, for notebooks, for informational pamphlets, for safety training information, training cards with our brand, since we are promoting safety. However, with what's going on with the pandemic, we assume that we will not be having that, as well as restrictions in travel and providing those type of outreach items or promotional items, so to speak, for programs that rely on some of those things, such as calendars or desktop reminders of safety. So we've cut a lot of that out. A bulk of that comes from our special transactions and risk management. To further add to that, and that's not a whole lot, but it's probably about $45,000 that's cut out. A majority of that has come from a reduction in losses. Because those special transactions, we have budgeted items to pay for insurance premiums. Because we're managing our losses, our premiums have come down, which is a savings, which is a decrease. We've also had claims disbursement, where the claims we manage, we're bringing down our losses even further. So the projections don't show us paying out more. So we end up putting in less money into those items. That's where the decrease comes down, Madam Honorable Delegate.
Thank you, Chef.
Okay, thank you for that information. Committee members, any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I have a question. This is OMB.
Who's speaking, please? This is
Peggy. Thank you.
OMB speaking? Is that what was said? Who's that? Lorraine Sam?
This is Darlene Sam. I thought Peggy was going to go first, but I'll go ahead and explain what Mr. Shonovan Bell was referring to as far as collapsing of the accounts. For the last 10 years, that's how the budgets have been submitted. It's just like one big old fund, a company, the risk management fund. That's how the budget comes in. That's why you see how Mr. Yellowhair recognized that there's other business units that fall under it. But it's all from the risk management fund. That's always been the way it was done. But to avoid confusion, maybe following on the next year's budget process, we can start breaking it down. That way there's not all the confusion. That's one thing. And just to be on alert for the other one that's like that is the Employee Benefits Fund. There's two business unit number 81, 2016 and 17. That one too, they also present it as one budget. So those Risk Management Fund and the Employee Benefits Fund, they submit the budgets based on the company, the fund, the main funds. There's several business units under it. So that's the additional clarification as far as why the 812005 includes several other business units. And it's just really just one page. It's just really to pay for premiums and payout. So the budget form 4 there's only one page for those other business units other than 812005. And it's kind of similar like the Oversight Committee exhibits or the insurance program. There's not one set of exhibits for one program. Instead, it's collapsed. It's kind of like that. That's the added clarification from OMB. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene.
Let's go to Peggy.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I wanted to have Shonovan explain the delinquent chapters and why it's important that we need help in getting the chapters to pay their premiums. Can you go over that a little bit? I did forward you all the email that was sent out.
Okay,
Okay. We'll let Shonovan answer that. Let's make it sweet and short and right to the point, Shweta.
okay. Currently there are 17 delinquent chapters for FY 2020. Alamo, Bird Spring, Botaway Gap, Coal Mine, Copper Mine, Hogback, Cayubato, Lichi, Manuelito, Mexican Water, Oljeto, Red Mesa, Rough Rock, San Juan, or Upper Fruitland, Shanto, Torreon, and Teatro chapters. Those chapters have not paid their premiums to date or submitted any documentation requesting for insurance. So as of now, if any loss or any incident were to occur at these chapters, property damage, burglary, theft, somebody fell, a liability issue, those chapters would be denied the claim, or they would be subject to a $25,000 deductible, which means that's what the chapter would pay first before insurance would kick in. And this is not on the building. This is their contents. This is all their monies that they have at the chapter house. This is all their assets that they might have as well. The buildings are automatically paid for with fixed costs, but this is where we set up with the 17 chapters.
Okay, thank you, Chiche, for that information. Committee members, any other questions?
Shonovan Dale, good afternoon. Chair Pro Temp, let's just say a few words. Pro Temp.
Chiche, Honorable Bill here, you got a question?
Yes, to Mr. Dale. Did you mention Whippoorwill, the one who's going to have problems?
No, that one's on a separate issue. That one is a budget modification request for this current fiscal year budget. Based on that, insurance not so within finance, because I don't have a claim disbursement line item. So that'll be coming to you, sir.
I got it. I got that one. That's why I asked him that one. Okay, I'll follow up on that one. Mr. Dale. Back to you, Pro Temp.
Okay, let's Chiche, Shonovan, for the report on this regarding the risk management safety loss. If there's no other questions, let's move on to number 4 on the agenda, employee benefits. Employee benefits. Do we have a presenter there? Yolanda Cirillo?
Yes, this is Yolanda Ciccarello. Good afternoon. So, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Smith, yes, and then members of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Hold on. Have you been sworn in?
I did email Ms. Nakai yesterday, if that suffices for today as well.
Yes, Vice Chair, I did receive the email.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you. You may proceed.
Agushi, Nana, Yolanda Ciccarelli, and she the Betla Jenen Nishmedo, Nanisht Eje Bashishin, Ara Honaratni, Dashichedo Tachin Dashinale. I am the program supervisor for the Employee Benefits Program, and I will be presenting the fiscal year 2021 business unit numbers 812016 and 812017. 812016 is our personnel and operations account, and the 812017 is our benefits account, our benefit fund. The program title, Employee Benefits Program, Group Health Self-Insurance, under the Division of General Services, Executive Branch. I prepared this budget. Phone number is there, contact information as well for email. Part 2, our funding source, Internal Service Fund for fiscal year 2021 is $760,000, and the internal service fund for the 812017 account for fiscal year 2021 is $51 million. Going to part 3, our budget summary. The 2001 account, personnel expenses. The former budget, or the current budget, is $525,796. Our proposed budget, $546,976. I'm sorry, 976, with a difference of $21,180. The 3000 account, travel expense, current budget $42,805. Proposed $68,195, with an increase of $25,390. We do not have an expense budgeted for 3,500 meeting expense, moving down to 4,000 supplies. Current budget 49,708. Proposed 65,051, with a difference of an increase of 15,343. 5,000 account, lease and rental, 8,500. Current budget increased by 1,000 for 9,500. Again, an increase of 1,000. The 5,500 account, communications and utilities, current budget 7,400. Proposed 8,000, with a difference of $600. The 6,000 account, repairs and maintenance, the current budget 9,150, increased 15,000, with a difference of 5,850. 6,500 account, contractual services, currently $7,784,000, with proposed budget at $9,086,000, with a difference of $1,302,000. The 7,000 account, special transactions, current budget $31,372,641. Proposed budget $41,961,278, with a difference of increase of $10,588,637. Total budget for FY 2020 is $39,800,000, and proposed for 2021 $51,760,000, with an increase of $11,960,000. The total positions budgeted, we have 10. Proposed is 10 to keep the current positions, and total number of vehicles budgeted 2 for this year, as well as proposed for next year. Moving on to Form 2. As my supervisor, Mr. Harlan Charlie, mentioned, our plan of operations has been updated, which is under BFN-34-17. Number 1, our first goal statement under Part 3, Program Performance Criteria, is to report the total number. So per quarter, we have a goal of 10,000. For number 2, our goal statement, conducting trainings on benefits and wellness on an average of 10 presentations per quarter, and that we've got at 10 per quarter. Number 3, goal statement, provide quarterly reports to enterprises and chapters on the benefits, claims, and promoting healthy lifestyles, and providing those statistics twice per quarter. Number 4, provide a total of 1,250 employees and 975 family updates per quarter at 2,225. And number 5, goal statement, review the premium paid to claims paid to determine a loss ratio per quarter, and the premium paid to claims paid loss ratio at 65%. Chair, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. ENF committee members, Naidi Kiprulo.
I don't have any questions, Chair. Potent Chair, yes, this is Delegate Yellow here. Looks like all positions are all filled, and that's good. And according to the report here, Potent, I don't have any questions on this one here. I know there's almost a similar budget justification, almost the same setup. There's 2 business unit numbers are involved in this one budget form. I'm sorry to be honest, but there's account numbers all in there. And I guess let's total up to that Form 1. The total cost is $51,760,000. I don't have any questions now, Chair. Chair, maybe move on.
Okay, we got,
This is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Honorable Karate, you have the floor for your question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Shonda, for your report. I think it's important that we just pause here, and I don't see anything on your goal statement that how is the employee benefits program going to pivot to respond to COVID and the impact of the health of Navajo Nation employees and dependents who are on the program. I also, the second part of my question then is, we know that the virus was able to terrorize our communities because of health disparities. How can this program support Navajo Nation employees to understand that if they improve their health and their livelihood, that could combat the virus, right? In terms of like reducing inflammation, looking at how diabetes, heart disease, and other cancers. And so I think that's where employee benefits, although you're just providing that health care, I'm looking at the goals in terms of how we could provide that information and what are some incentives or what can we do to make sure our Navajo workforce is healthy, not only physically, but mentally and spiritually. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, appreciate committee members, Honorable Karate. Committee members, any other questions before I turn it over back to Ms. Cicerillo? So you have the floor, Yolanda.
Vice Chair, Otto, members of the committee, Budget and Finance. So thank you for your inquiry, Honorable Crotty. As far as adjusting claims and our performance criteria, where basically that portion would fall under our goal statements, we have received several questions from insured participants at the time that COVID had become an issue with testing. And so we have worked with our third-party administrator. This is more administrative as far as how claims get processed. And we ensured that our claims processing, in accordance with the CARES Act and the Families First Act, that claims be covered at 100%. So again, administrative-wise, our program, we jumped on that with how our claims are being processed. So any claims that the plan is receiving, as far as assisting the employees and families with those issues, we do have claims processing at 100%. So that was, again, an administrative change that we had to make with claims processing, which would be between the program and the third-party administrator or the claims administrator on how they're processing claims. And as far as the second question, how can we, how does the program support the Navajo Nation employees to improve health and livelihood? We have on our goal statements to conduct trainings and benefits on wellness for an average of 10 presentations. However, we are planning or we are working on creating WebEx presentations to be available through the Navajo Nation Department of Information Technology for distribution. We're working on ways to utilize virtual services, whether we're going to record ourselves on the employee orientations. Of course, over the last few months that our offices have been closed and there's been no one-on-one contact with staff, we haven't had an opportunity to provide orientations to these new hired employees that came through these past several months. We have open enrollment coming up during the months of October and November, and that's where we had schedules to where we were traveling. All the staff, our 10 staff, would go out and provide orientations on a one-on-one basis across the Navajo Nation in all agencies. So we would disseminate a schedule. So we've got to come up with that process to incorporate virtual and making sure we have that connection for our staff, our employees, to have that open communication, to be able to offer questions, answer question sessions, to update everyone on their benefit sessions. So that, again, on the goal statement as far as number 2 is concerned, conducting those trainings and benefits, we're going and leaning more towards virtual. It's something new to the staff. Majority of us have had Zoom meetings, WebEx meetings, so we're getting familiar. We were requested by police department during the administrative closure to provide orientations to their employees that they were hiring during the time of the closure. However, we were considered essential staff, so we still had a staff or 2 in the office physically, and everyone teleworking and providing virtual orientation. Thank you. I hope I answered your questions, Honorable Crotty and members of the committee.
Honorable Crowd, did you get your answer on behalf of the question that you had on COVID-19 and the goal, and also the virus and the community and preventive and all that?
Thank you, Vice Chair. So what I was looking at, so legislative branch, Vice Chair, if I may, legislative branch with legislation 0175-19, we adopted an employee wellness policy. And so I think if we could have a future discussion about how the employee benefits program can help incentivize Navajo Nation employees to be as healthy as possible. I don't think we've ever seen data trends or what does that look like. I know, the healthier that you are and bringing that to the workplace, that helps with your stress. It also helps, if you know that there's a counselor on standby. And so I think it's connecting employees to these resources that we're all investing in. Because what I'm hearing from Navajo Nation employees who are Navajo, they feel like this funding comes out of their check, but they don't benefit from the services because they either go to a 638 or IHS. And so I think maybe it's just understanding what other services are available and how they can maximize their benefits. And I'm not sure if there's any conversations on how to make our workforce the healthiest. I think that should be, we lost employees to this. We lost relatives. And I just don't, I know that we're trying to get through this budget process. But I think Delegate Elmer Bagay and I was right. We're trying to act like everything's normal, and it's far from normal. But we don't see any of that response in the comprehensive budget as of yet. I haven't seen one goal or performance measure based on how this program is going to deal or support our nation through COVID. And we know it's going to be here for at least, I don't want to say, but we know it's going to be here for the next fiscal year. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you for that toss, and also bringing that up on the employee needs and their payments to employee benefits and how we can enhance them. That is a good question. That is a good thought. That's foreseeing for employees to be well aware and be able to endure this COVID-19. We don't know how long this is going to last or what's taking place on behalf of this. This is something that we're not even aware of. We've never had something like this, COVID-19. Those are good questions. Are you asking to maybe later on see if employee benefits could set something up for BNF and maybe have a leadership meeting with Health and Education and Human Services and see if what we can do for our employees to benefit them to have something for them to rely on. Is that what you're kind of alluding to?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes. So I'm thinking possibly in the revisit, if a goal statement and one of the program performance measures can address either the COVID response for prevention, mitigation, and if we don't know, we should know if all of these claims are 100% paid. Like when, so I don't want to defer too far off this budget, but I need to know when someone comes back home, like they're transported back home, do we have home health care for them? Like what can this HMA provide to help alleviate the family as they're struggling through the virus, right? We had talked about sanitizing homes. I'm not sure if that's part of any part of our insurance. I read through it. I didn't see it, but that's also pre-COVID. So what are we asking our HMA, or what is the Insurance Commission doing to help support those employees who are now trying to deal with not only isolating, but the aftermath? I'm hearing folks are saying, I'm not 100%. I still can't walk. I cannot grocery shop. I need help. And so how are we doing that? And that's maybe either a goal performance measure in the revisit. I don't know if I need to do a legislative concern, but that should be addressed, Chair. So let's see. I'm trying to think. I don't sit on any of the budget subcommittees. I don't know if there's a committee member who's assigned to insurance, but I think we should be receiving more of these reports on what's going on. So I'll need your guidance on that, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Vice Chair? I'm sorry.
Body, to rebuttal back on your employee benefits, yes, that really needs to be looked into. As we go down the agenda, it's number 6. There's that B and F discussion and action and concerns that could be brought up. We can address that at that point in time. But it is imperative that we do look for and do a assessment to enhance our employees, because they have invested many years and they have invested time to be on the job and to work. And now it's kind of awkward. We are relying on teleconference and everything's not back to normal. We'd like to have it back to normal. So with that, maybe we could discuss that during the action and before we make the, or we vote on the legislation. I heard is that Legislative Council speaking?
No, Chair. No, not me, Chair.
Honorable Vice Chair, this is Yolanda, the supervisor of the benefits program. I appreciate the comments, Honorable Crotty, Vice Chair Smith. The Department of Health currently has, and I believe it's still pending, the wellness policy. That came about several years ago under a different supervision with the benefit program. We were given a directive to create a wellness program, and we did so. We satisfied that condition of appropriation, and it forwarded on to the Department of Health to finalize. So to my understanding, there was a draft presented to the prior administration, and upon the new administration, there were some questions as far as the new director was concerned. So it was held up again. So just wanted the Budget and Finance Committee to know that there is such a draft of a wellness policy to encourage employees of the Navajo Nation to stay healthy during the time of work. And as far as incentives, that has been a discussion with the Insurance Services Program and myself benefits. There is a Patient and Protection Affordable Care Act that does incorporate incentive programs for wellness. However, as far as having a separate budget for that type of program and having a separate plan of operation that had not gone forward or been looked at even further. So there has to be an individual specifically hired in a position with staff to monitor those incentive programs, incentive options, and that would require a completely separate budget and responsibility as far as that operation of that program. And thirdly, this is a health insurance program, and so therefore the operation of our program entails coverages for services that are being rendered, such as the comment about home health care. That is a benefit that the health benefit program does offer through its medical program. Unfortunately, in the rural area of New Mexico and Arizona within Navajo Nation, it's very difficult to find a healthcare facility that will have licensed professionals travel to rural areas to provide that type of care. So therefore, unfortunately, home health services on the Navajo Nation are very limited as far as having our relatives come home. Durable medical equipment, which would be walkers or specialized medical beds, wheelchairs, those are all covered benefits. So if once an individual had the recovery of COVID and sustained health conditions thereof that limit their mobility, then our program will cover those durable medical equipment for them to return home. That also includes the skilled nursing facility. If an individual is receiving services in acute state, such as being on a ventilator to breathe and having other health conditions as a result of COVID or any other condition, if they're reduced to a second level of care, say a subacute, which would be the skilled nursing facility, our health plan does also offer coverage for that. So plan members are welcome to ask those kinds of questions of us. We do have the Indian Health facilities reaching out to us too, because they have case managers helping these patients to receive services. And our presentations, the presentations I talked about, how are we going to get those out to our employees this upcoming open enrollment season, our new hired employees, even those that are currently insured. Within our PowerPoint presentation, we do have health resources toward the latter part of our presentation, and we offer the website for Division of Health, the Navajo Special Diabetes Project, the Health Education Program, Behavioral Health, Mental Health, because this also includes mental health, behavioral, Community Health Rep, Aging and Long-Term Services, Breast and Cervical Programs, the WIC program, and then also Department of Education under their OSERS program. So we do, as a staff with the benefits program, offer those additional resources that our insured members might seek services for if they qualify. Thank you.
Vice Chair, this is
committee members, any other questions concerning the employee benefits?
this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Shada. I feel like every time we talk, I learn more and more about the program. And actually, from your last year's presentation, I learned a lot. And so I think anybody that I can refer some of the services, I do let them know what benefits provide. What I think needs to be clear or help me understand, if these services are provided, and I found myself in this own, not COVID related, but a situation where IHS referred, and once IHS refers, it's our policy through HMA. My understanding is then HMA will not cover that cost. So I need to be clear, especially when we're talking about COVID and individuals who are transported out and then coming back home, would they be eligible for these services? And I just want to say that I want to red flag that if services are available for home care, but it's difficult to travel to a rural area, I'm trying to understand then that should be an area that we improve because your clients or the employees, that's, if not a majority, if not all, a majority live in a rural area. So I would say that would be another area that we could improve to figure out how we could provide in-home care. I see and I get cards all the time from in-home care, and I think because of the work that I do with our uranium workers and that special pot of money, but I think there should be a plan then how to improve that, and that could be an opportunity to not only improve our healthcare, but also provide employment opportunity and connecting with our colleges. So I need to understand that. If not for this call, let's have a follow-up, because I don't understand why we're paying for a service that's not available in most of the rural communities. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, committee members, any other questions regarding the employee benefits? Was that a comment, Honorable Crotty? And getting later with employee benefits, trying to get some information and help our employees. Was that just a comment?
Vice Chair, if I could just get her thoughts, and then I could, that would be my last question. Thank you.
Okay, back to employee benefits. Ms. Cicerello?
Thank you, members of the committee, Honorable Crotty, Vice Chair. Yes, we can have a revisit. We'd be more than obliged to provide an orientation specific to our medical program and go line by all the services and giving examples of what they do provide services for. You had a question about referrals through Indian Health or 638 programs. Those are the federally funded healthcare facilities. The Navajo Nation, being that it's a partially self-insured health plan, there are specific federal regulations that prohibit a tribal organization's health fund from reimbursing the federal government for that trust responsibility they have for services. So yes, in a unique situation that an insured member is directly referred by a federally funded facility for an outside healthcare service, let's say inpatient in an ICU unit. Once that patient arrives there, then that service is billable to the funds of the federal government since they weren't able to provide the service. However, through our claims administrator, HMA, they do have specific instruction that once the person is leaving the ICU or that level of care from that direct referral, if they're transferring out to another facility, then that breaks that responsibility of the federal facility or the federal fund, and therefore that second course of care comes to be billed to the Navajo Nation's plan. So those claims processes are already guidelines that HMA goes by. If an individual, again, goes to ICU, they're transferred out to a skilled nursing facility. The skilled nursing facility health claims will come to the Navajo Nation plan, and we will process them accordingly. That does also apply to medical equipment. If the ICU unit or the hospital prescribes medical equipment, our plan will cover up those costs or cover those costs. And as far as home health, mainly what I was referring to as far as services on rural areas across the Navajo Nation is that when we contact home health care facilities in the larger cities that surround the Navajo Nation, they don't have services being rendered in our locations because of the long distance of travel. So we have on several cases attempted to assist case management services through health facilities that are trying to get home health, but when we're trying to locate a home health facility to provide that service, they normally come back and say, we don't service that area. So it's not that we don't have the funds, it's the services being provided by those home health facilities that don't extend their services into the Navajo Nation based on where they live. Thank you.
Committee members, any other questions? I appreciate the report and the budget that you presented here. Let's move on to number 5 on the agenda. Workers' Compensation Program. Mr. Harlan Charlie, are you available?
Oh, yes, I'm here. Let me get to that page. Okay, under the Workers' Compensation Program, I'm going to go ahead and go through the budget form 1 and 2, and then entertain the questions if we have any. So this program is proprietary, and it's funding for fiscal year 2021. We're asking for $4 million, and it's 100% funded. Under Part 3, budget summary, personal expenses last year was $448,748. In fiscal year 21, we're asking for $4,058,571, a difference of $9,823. Travel expenses, 3,000 series. Last year's budget was $65,224. This year is $65,024 with a minus of 200. 3,500 series meeting expenses. Last year's budget was 400. This year is 900, a difference of 500. Supplies, 4,000 series. Last year's budget was 91,000. This year is 94,500 with a difference of 3,500. 5,000 series lease and rental. Original budget was 3,900. Proposed budget is 5,597. A difference of 1,697. 5,500 series communication utility. Last year's budget was $10,000. This year is 8,000, and the difference is 2,000 minus. 6,000 series repair and maintenance. The original budget was $27,244. This year's budget is $27,000 with a minus of $244. 6,500 consultant services, contractual services. Original budget was $123,700. Proposed budget is $124,200. The difference of $500. 7,000 series special transaction. Last year's budget was $3,219,784. Our proposed budget is $3,206,208 with a minus of $13,576. 8,000 series public assistant. We have nothing. 9,000 capital improvement. Original budget had 10,000. This year we have also 10,000 and nothing, no difference. With a total of last year's budget was $4 million. This year's budget, we still have $4 million. So we have 8 employees. That's budget last year, and then 8 this year, and 3 vehicles. Their budget last year, and we still have that 3 vehicles. So our Form 2, the plan of operation is up to date. And so let's go to Part 3, Program Performance Criteria. Goal Statement 1 is to determine work compensation benefit coverage within 14 days after receipt of data per quarter. We put 16 new reported injury report and occupational disease claim received per quarter. We put 16, we had it across the board. Goal Statement 2, to conduct investigation of occupational accident and to determine the cause of severe injury per quarter. Conduct 25 accident investigations within 14 days after the claim has been recorded. Per quarter, we put 25. Goal statement 3, to ensure workers' compensation compensable and deniable claim close out performs within 60 days after the claim has been received. And we want to close 15 cases, 15 workers' comp claim per quarter. Goal statement 4, to provide workers' comp and benefit education, training, and dissemination of information for a coverage participant quarter. Conduct 6 educational and dissemination of benefit information to ensure participants per quarter. Goal 5, to ensure workers' compensation gross payroll reporting data payments are provided to all chapters, enterprise, and the Navajo Nation government per quarter. Is to collect gross payroll data for 110 chapters, 15 enterprise, and Navajo Nation government with 125 from first to fourth quarter. Members of the Budget Finance, this is the budget that was forwarded to BNF for workers' compensation program.
Budget and Finance Committee members, any questions? The workers' compensation program.
Vice Chair. Vice Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Go ahead, Shida. You have a question?
Okay, I tried to call in on the benefit the employees. So it's interesting, so I'll just reset the whole thing again over here. But it's kind of late right now regarding the benefit, employees benefit again. Maybe this will be something that relate to that too again. But my question is going to be, we know that we talk about the pre-COVID that before we're in the midst of it. Through this pandemic, we are proposing some budgets and we're trying to make some plans of how we could carry this Navajo Nation government and all their operation. Alcohol. Right now, we're talking about workers' compensation, which is that I don't know if employees are being affected by this COVID. Alcohol. I don't know what kind of, is it going to be is there a different benefit that they have to go under because it's affected the whole the family member that was and then they at the end what kind of experience do they have? What kind of benefits do they get out of it? Like any like for maybe for emotional and then for mental health. How do they get help from it? On the benefit side, employees benefit. Let me go back to that. Is how about right now all the to be able to stay fit and to able to be well. You know that Vice we know that we go to the gym, but these are all closed now. So right now there's very few that are slightly being open, but they have to pay so much to go in there. Just like for the pints, it's a very good gym, but they had to pay $5. I was wondering if the employees benefit will pay for that for you to be on, maybe how you can go enroll in that هذا تأهل وكأن أطلع the benefit to us like that to keep ourselves, the fit. And then on the top of it, some of these are closed. So I was wondering, people are beginning to start making its own gym. So is there any kind of a benefit that we could use, like to get a bike, exercise bike? If it's cost so much, can we use some of the benefits to use it to stay healthy? Or how do we go about it? Something like that can cover us, because those are closed now. We have to keep it at home, and the distance, I don't know how long it's going to be. Hey, kick on. I just get through this pandemic of all this, what kind of plans do we have? Or we're just like, all these that we're looking at is all normal. When pre-COVID, so could it be, is there any other plans that we could change it? That would be my question.
Bushi, here, Don. We did get through with the employee benefit. Actually, not though. I don't know if you're still on the line, but there was a concern that you brought forth in a question regarding employee benefits. Committee members, we are now on workers' compensation program. Let's keep the questions to that, but let's see if employee benefits is available if there's not any other questions. Committee members, is there any other questions? Doesn't sound like anybody has a question, so let's try to answer that for Delegate Honorable Elmer Begay. Employee benefits, are you still on board? And,
yes.
Could you briefly answer that? I know that we're kind of going backwards, but we need to keep going forward. We have a lot of legislation still in front of us, so Mashkwata.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith and Honorable Begay. As far as gym fees are concerned, that is currently not a covered benefit under the Navajo Nation plan. Basically, with the way the plan is set up, we do have a plan document that outlines all those. So going back to Delegate Crotty's request to revisit the benefits, we'd be more than happy to provide a separate orientation to Council at your discretion, maybe through Ms. Nakai or Ms. Uvella, to schedule that orientation for the Council on the benefits that are payable and which is not, and what are not covered. So gym fees are not a covered benefit at this current plan year for 2000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, any other questions regarding the workers' compensation program? I think Harlan Charlie had
Vice Chair,
Form 1, Form 2.
this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, recognize you. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I was waiting for my Yaj Delegate Yellow Hair to ask about vacancies. So my question will be, tonight, can you let us know about your vacancies? We know there's a lot of challenges with workers' compensation, a lot of claims. Give us an idea of what are your challenges and if this area needs to be shopped out, or what can we do to help remedy this vacancy? Thank you.
Committee members, any other questions? Harlan Charlie, you have the floor.
This is Henio.
Chair Henio, you have a question?
Yes, it's along, and Vice Chair Smith, this is along the lines of vacancies. Is there, who's the program supervisor for workers' comp? Thank you, idea.
Okay, we have a question for Harlan Charlie and also from Chair Henio regarding his question. So I'll turn the floor back over to Mr. Charlie.
Okay. Joe, yeah. Thank you for those questions. Larger identity, this is Honorable Begay. We have COVID identity, how we handling the, I guess the insured participants if they get the COVID out of the families with ST. Johut on identity. Ako, the way the workers' compensation works, if you get injured on the job, go Johut report of injury will the form has so when that form comes to our office, I have insurance adjusters that look at those forms, they're assigned to them, and they do their investigation to make sure that this injury was on the job. We go from there and send them out to private doctors, and if they need whatever service they need from the doctor, based on the doctor's orders, that's how we help them out till they get back to work. For this COVID case, right now we have 24 cases. This is confidential, so just keep it to yourself. There's 24 cases, and these are frontline workers, a lot of them, some of the claims that came in. So, unfortunately, some of them have perished and they have moved on. But once the adjuster investigates and they qualify and they meet the criteria for the workers' compensation, then we move forward and then we do a claim and then we send them out to doctors. So in these COVID cases, a lot of them are exposures. They've been exposed to them. And but we're still working with them. There's working with the physician, and we're helping them. But a lot of times they've gone to IHS and they were referred from there to an area, but we still help them. So right now, this is a major priority. I had instructed my staff to make this a priority if it comes here. If it's not related to workers' comp, we did turn around, we write a letter, and we turn it over to employee benefit side. Benefit, depending on their health condition. So that's how we help through the workers' compensation. Although the other area is the vacancy, it's really hard to. I've been really challenged since I came to work for insurance, and when I came on board, both of my supervisors, that was an employee benefits and workers' comp, both retired. So I had to reclassify positions. So we don't have a supervisor for the workers' compensation, but or oversee the program. We're at that tail end before there was the way the classification went with personnel was inconsistent. So I've been working very closely with Resita Toddy from personnel to try to come out with classifications.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
I guess we will have to call in again the session. But anyway, so I've been working with personnel to they've been helping me, so we finally got to a point where we're going to reclassify this position with a person that has a degree, so we're going to be advertising. So I have one position that's not, that's vacant, which is the program supervisor. So Jay, I have everybody there.
I'm going to have to interrupt. There is a call saying that we're going to be down and out, so I recommend that we wrap this up right now and then call back in. I don't know how long it's going to take, but keep trying. We're going to be cut off here shortly. So I just want to keep your thoughts and your memories and where we're at on this, and we'll call in as soon as we get back on board.
members of the committee, I'm back on the call. This is Harlan.
Hello, is anybody back on?
Peggy? Hi, Peggy.
Yeah?
This is Andrea. I was wondering what happened. I mean, I logged
Okay.
back on, but
Yeah, we were just informed about a minute ago that the call was going to end if we didn't.
gonna drop.
If we didn't. Yeah, so we're just
Okay.
all calling back in.
All right.
So
And
we're almost done with this one.
yeah,
This
I've
is
been.
Harlan, so I'm on board.
Oh, hi, Harlan. You're doing a good job.
Yes, Harlan. Good job.
Reserve Board, Ramona. Nella?
Yes, Janella?
Could you give us a roll call shortly here?
Sure. When did you want me to make that roll call?
Give it about a minute.
Okay.
Vice Chair, I think we have the next presenter is the Auditor General's office. So we're moving forward.
Shanella? Thank you, Shada. Shanella, do a roll call now.
Sure. Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Nomination Council. Time 1:41 p.m. August 27, 2020. Jamie Kenyo.
Ramir, present.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Okay. Thank you, Chanela. Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair. Elmer P. Begay. Elmer P. Begay. Amber Kenneth Bog-Crotty.
Shabbat, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth Bog-Crotty calling in from Window Rock, Navajo Nation.
Okay, thank you, Shadeja. Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, this is Delegate Brown calling in from Danahoto, Navajo Nation. Yeah.
Thank you, Chade. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members present at this time.
Thank you, Shanella, for the roll call. We will continue. Mr. Charlie, you were in the midst of talking, so I'll let you have the floor again.
Yeah, Vice Chair Kodoshi, I think I covered the vacancy. The vacancy for workers' comp, yes, is very challenging because we don't have insurance claims analysts in other departments, so we're the only department that have that. So we've been trying to update those PCQs with personnel to try to find out exactly what we need to call them. Actually, they're adjusters, but they're just we call them analysts. So those are some things that we're still revamping with them, and they're really helping us as well. And I think I answered Mr. Yellowhair's question on the supervisor. We haven't filled that position, but we're going to soon advertise it, and we should be filling that position this year. So I think that was all the questions. So thank you very much.
Negotiating committee members, no more questions, no more response on behalf of the Workman's Comp program. Let's move on to number 6, B&F discussion action. We have a motion on legislation 018720 by Honorable Crotty and second by Honorable Brown. At this point in time, we have the floor open for discussion and action. Committee members.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty?
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I would just like, in terms of the revisit, if employee benefits can add a goal and performance measure regarding how they are going to assist employees with more information regarding their benefits in the time of COVID-19 and coordinate prevention with Navajo Nation programs.
Honorable Crotty, is that referring to Form 2 to the employee benefit?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chubra, on Form 2, can you respond back to that?
Vice President, this is Harlan. We'll go ahead and make that changes, and I guess when doing the revisit, we'll go ahead and add that to our performance measures.
I can't. Somebody said chair.
Chair, this is Kristen.
Yes, Legislative Council, go ahead.
Vice Chair, I just wanted to clarify, I may have stepped out of the room, but did Delegate Crotty issue that as a directive, and was it voted on by the committee?
No, we're at the discussion of that.
You're at the discussion. Okay, my mistake. Thank you.
There was no vote on there was no directive, there was no second or motion on that. So we're just discussing that. Honorable Crotty's requesting that the Form 2 be updated. Honorable Crotty, on this Form 2, do you want to have a revisit with employee benefits to ensure that Form 2 is to what you're requesting and also the other requests that you had? Is that what you're aiming for?
Vice Chair, are you saying that a directive? I'm just asking for the performance policy to reflect how employees' benefit is going to address the COVID.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. We'll let the department take care of that. Committee members, any other questions? If not, I'll call for the question on legislation number 0187-20 with the fact that the department will be updating the Form 2 and working with Honorable Crotty's request. May I have a call for the vote? Honorable Chair Henio.
I vote green.
Honorable Chair Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canos-Balcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Chair.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Vice Chair not voting. We have a vote of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Legislation 018720 has passed. Going on to C, I'll turn the reins over to Chair Henio.
Chair
Henio.
Vice Chair Smith. Moving along, committee members. It is almost 3 o'clock, and we are here on legislation 19-20. And I believe Jimmy Yellowhair is online with us. So with that, Peggy, would you read this into the records?
Chair, the Office of the Auditor General is the next one. Legislation number 0192-20, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Office of the Auditor General to be included in the Navajo Nation Comprehensive Budget for fiscal year 2021, sponsored by Jimmy Yellowhair, Council Delegate. The exhibits are all there, and I believe the Auditor General also has an unmet need that she's proposing, and then but that's not included in the legislation. And then also the Internet Public Review had no comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Sheena, thank you for that. Peggy, with that, we do have the legislation before us, and Peggy, has the agents been, have they submitted their oath?
Yes, Helen Brown is the acting Auditor General.
Okay. With that, committee members, is there a motion?
I'll motion Yellowhair.
Motion by Delegate Yellowhair. Is there a second?
Second,
Delegate Brown. I'll second. Okay, second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. I'll do it this so we do have our sponsor, Delegate Yellowhair. Delegate Yellowhair, you have the floor to introduce your legislation.
Good afternoon.
Chair, point of order.
Vice Chair Smith?
Can we do the OSP performance on the summary reports according to the agenda?
Giving the sponsor some time to talk about his legislation, then we'll go to the down the line 1, 2, and 3.
The OMB report.
Agushi, Abia.
Delegate Yellowhair, introduce the legislation.
And ask for the OMB report.
Okay, good afternoon. I'd like to introduce the legislations 192-20 for approving a recommendation for proposed FY 2021 budget for Office of the Auditor General to be included in the Navajo Nation Comprehensive Budget for Auditor General. Back to the chair.
Delegate Yellow Hair. Yeah, we have Office of Management and Budget. Are you on the line?
Yes, sir. Yes, committee members, I'm here. This is Lisa Jim with OMB.
I guess if you would do this, go over the budget and performance reports.
I can do
Chair.
it without.
Chair, did Lisa send in her oath affirmation?
Is this Lisa Jim?
This is Lisa Jim.
Okay, have you sent the oath and affirmation to Ms. Nakai?
I don't think so. This is the first time I'm doing BNF.
Well, I guess not. Then we need to have you do the oath by email. Send a message to email to Ms. Peggy Nakai affirming that you will be under oath and sworn to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. It's a simple email like that. You will send it before you begin your testimony here.
Typing it right now. Okay, I sent it. Let's go see how. Okay, I sent that. I don't know if she's got it yet.
Chair, our system is slow, so she can proceed since she said she sent it.
Okay, if it's set, then we'll move from there. Katrina, go ahead, Ms. Jim.
Okay, thank you, Chair, committee members. I'll be reading from the OMB report for Auditor General, Navajo Nation Budget and Finance FY 2021 Budget Hearings, Office of the Auditor General, Navajo Nation OMB report August 26th. There's a table of contents. There's item A, the FY 2021 Fund Type Budget Summary, FY 2020 Budget Status Report. Item C, item 2020 Performance Assessment Report. Item D, FY 2020 Plans of Operation Status Report. And there is no item E, Condition Appropriation Summary for Auditor General. So there will not be an attachment. Going on to item A, FY 21 Fund Type Budget Summary. For the Auditor General, 2020 approved budget was $1,639,621. For FY 2021 proposed general fund budget is $1,295,815. 2021 indirect cost fund is $33,014. 0 proprietary, 0 fiduciary, 0 special revenue fund internal, 0 special revenue fund external, giving you a total of $1,328,829. Moving on to Part B, FY 2020 Budget Status Report. This is as of June 30th, 2020, for the Office of the Auditor General. The original budget is $1,670,365. Revised budget is $2,097,101.09. Actuals is $815,808.64. Encumbrance is $219,897.60. Budget available is $1,061,394.85. Giving the expense total of 49.39%. Now, Part C will be handled by Ancita.
Afternoon, BNF Committee. Tab C is the FY 2020 Program Performance Assessment Report for the Office of Auditor General. First quarter was 2.0, second quarter was 1.80, third quarter 1.80. The scoring, 3 is exceeding, 2 is meeting goals and measures, 1 is not meeting, 0 is no report. Going on to D, the Plan of Operations Status Report. Auditor General needs to update their Plan of Operation, and there are no condition of appropriation or the legislative concern. That completes our report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Office of Management Budget. With that, members, any questions or comments on the OMB's presentation on the budget and performance summary reports?
Chair Henio.
Hearing none, so you have back to Shananta Delegate Yellowhead. Your agent, is she available?
Chair Henio.
Hello?
Chair Henio.
And we can't barely hear you.
Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith, is it you?
Vice Chair, Chair Henio.
Yes. Hello?
We could hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello? Delegate, are you there?
Hello, right there, Chair. Yeah, I'm here right now. I'm listening to. Just heard my name. Yeah, I guess the report that was made by OMB is completed, and then we could go on to the budget. Right now, Chair, go with the budget form number 1 for also Auditor General. I'd like to give it back to my agent on that one. Read the budget program, budget summary. Lisa?
Mr. Chair, good afternoon, everyone. This is Helen Brown from the Auditor General's office. I'm on standby.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Helen will help me out with this budget to complete a budget for Auditor General. Chair, Henio, today.
Christina, Ms. Brown.
Oh, yes, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Although members of the Budget and Finance Committee, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. Thank you for this opportunity to present our budget for the Office of the Auditor General. Although my name is Helen Brown, I'm here to present our 2021 budget, and I believe that's before you. I have did email some additional documents to Peggy, and she's been very helpful to make sure that those have been emailed to everyone. So hopefully you have copies of that. But I'm going to go ahead and start with our 2021 budget, as indicated on the form there. We had a budget last year of about $1.67 million, and our proposed budget for this year has been reduced to $1.3 million. For personnel, our budget is going to be $1,153,829. That's an increase of about $22,000. I believe that's for the GWA. Our travel expenses for this year has been reduced down to $28,329. That's a reduction of about $10,641. Our supplies line item budget has been reduced to $17,500. That's about a reduction of $8,337. Our lease and rental was reduced by $1,000. It's $500 for FY 2021. Our communications and utilities remained the same at $200. Repairs and maintenance was reduced by $35,250 to $8,500. Our contractual supplies line item is where we had the biggest reduction. We were reduced by $300,483. So our budget for this year is going to be $82,998.
Special transactions was also reduced to $36,973. So the total proposed budget for FY 2021 is $1,328,829. The number of positions that we have in our department has remained at 15. That includes the Auditor General, 2 administrative staff members, and 12 auditors. We have 2 vehicles that are permanently assigned to our department, and those have remained the same will remain the same going into the next fiscal year. So that's page 1 of our budget. Going on to page 2, which is Form 2. This is our performance measures, and as indicated before, and we were mentioned in some of our previous presentations, but the purpose of the Office of the Auditor General is really to provide assurance services, and assurance services for the Navajo Nation. We do that through audits. We do the audits of programs and chapters and any departments or entities. We also do special reviews and investigations, as well as management advisory services when requested. So that's how our Form 2 is set up. So our first goal here is to complete audits of chapters, departments, and programs. And the performance measure there is really to promote an accountable government by auditing chapters and programs to evaluate effectiveness, efficiency, and service delivery to the Navajo people. So for the fiscal year, our goal here is going to be 19 for the fiscal year, and it's broken down by 5 for the first quarter, 4 for the second quarter, 5 for the third and fourth quarters. So that's going to be a total of 19 audits, and that's going to be between programs and chapters. Our second goal here is to complete follow-up reviews of corrective action plan by chapters, departments, and programs. And our performance here is to promote an efficient government by following up on corrective action plans to resolve audit issues. In this area here, we have a total of 11 follow-up reviews that we have planned for the year. We're going to start with 3 in the first quarter, 2 in the second quarter, and 3 in the third and fourth quarters. We have another third goal statement here. It says, complete investigations of chapters, department programs, and employees for potential fraud. And our performance measure there is to detect and prevent fraudulent activities by conducting investigation of improprieties. For the fiscal year, we only plan for 2 investigations in this area, and that's going to be during the second and fourth quarter. Number 4, our goal statement here is to complete continuous monitoring of chapter accounting systems and bank accounts. And here, the performance measures is to promote compliance by performing continuous monitoring of chapter accounting systems and bank accounts. The goal here is to complete 30 for the first, second, and third quarter, and 20 for the fourth quarter. That comes out to the 110 chapters. Our 5th goal statement here is to provide management advisory and consulting services, and the performance measure there is to promote effective governance. And we indicated 10 per quarter for a total of 40. So that is Form 2 of our budget. The remaining pages there basically details all of the aspects of our budget, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through the details unless there's some specific questions. However, I do want to go back to the performance measures and then point you to the documents that I sent to Peggy, and hopefully you guys received it via email. The document I sent over is called our annual audit work plan for fiscal year 2021, and this is really to explain how we came up with the performance measures that I indicated on Form 2. So I hope everybody received these documents. So if you have received the documents, you'll see at the top you'll have number of projects. So the first section there is talking about program and chapter audits. We have lists of programs, chapters, and then the programs that we'll be outsourcing to external firms. That's where our consulting budget comes into place. We work with external firms that we hire to do additional audits so that we can have sufficient audit coverage for the year. So they basically come in and assist our department where we don't have resources to cover. So we include them in our work plan so that you as a committee and of course the council can see exactly how much projects we have planned for the year based on available resources. So for 2021, we have 8 projects that we have in mind for chapters. On average, it takes about 900 hours to perform each performance audit of programs. And so for the 8, it's going to come out to about 7,200 hours. For chapters, we anticipate 9 projects, and on average, it takes about 600 hours to complete a chapter project, and that's going to be a total of about 5,400 hours. For programs, because they're being outsourced, we don't allocate as much, so we're anticipating 2 projects. But how we estimate the cost of that is we look at the prior performance audits of projects that were outsourced, and we take the average cost. So right now, it's costing about $40,000 to perform a audit of a program or a department. So we're looking at 2 audits that we can do based on the $82,000 that I have budgeted for FY 2021. So with that, what we're going to do in-house and along with what will be outsourced, we're looking at a total of 19 audits that we're going to do for the year. And so that's how the 19 is reflected as part of our goal statement number 1 on Form 2. That's where the 19 will reconcile to that. If you go down further, you'll see the itemized list for follow-up reviews that we have planned. This is initial CAP follow-up reviews that we do, as well as follow-ups that we have to do for chapters or programs that have been sanctioned, and we're being requested to come back to do a revisit. So that includes, it's all part of this category here. So for this upcoming year, we're looking at CAP follow-up reviews for programs. We're looking at 4 of them. On average, they take about 300 hours. So in total, that's going to be a total of 1,200 hours. For chapters, we're looking at doing 7 of them. And of course, they also average about 300 hours. So that's going to be about 2,100 total hours for the year. Because of the budget that I have for consulting, which is only $82,000, we will not be able to outsource any follow-up reviews this fiscal year. So that's the reason why you'll see a 0 there. So the total number of follow-up reviews that we have planned for this year is going to be 11, and that's going to be for a total number of 3,300 hours. The next category is fraud investigations, or if there's any investigations that we're being asked to do. I have budgeted 2 of them for the year, and that's going to be about 270 hours per investigation. So the total number of hours there is going to be 550. So those 2 categories are also, again, going to be reflected and reconciled to our Form 2. Goal statement number 2 is regarding the follow-up. That's 11 follow-up reviews there, and then the 2 investigations under goal statement number 3. So that's how this information is tying back to that. We have what we call the CMCA. That's going to be tying into number 4, and so that's for the 110 chapters. And we allocated about 589 hours there. Advisory services, we put 40 there, and that's going to be about 585 hours there. The total number of hours for the year related specifically to audit services, or what I'm referring to as assurance services, is going to be 17,784. That's the number of hours that we have allocated for the year. If you go to the next page, this is the list of projects that we have planned for FY 2021. So the first page, it should start off with program audits. These are the projects that we have listed here for programs. These are going to be initial audits. And so you'll see the number of projects that we have planned for in-house auditors. We have quite a bit here, up to number 8, and that's about 900 hours, the budget that I was referring to, and that's going to be the total of 7,200 hours. Again, this ties back to the first page that I was referring to. The projects that we have in mind to outsource is listed there. One is fleet management and one is property management. And then there's other audit requests that we have received, but we put them on the list, but we didn't allocate hours because I don't have available hours to allocate there. So that's the reason why I indicated on there to be determined. Okay. The next section here under program audits is the CAP follow-up reviews. These are all the reviews that that we still need to complete. I believe the first one is like RNU Ways, that's the Raymond Navajo Utility Authority, all the way down to your list should show the Department of Family Services. The other one that I need to include in there is the Navajo Housing Authority. There's a CAP that was approved for that entity, and so we need to do a follow-up on that. But as you can see to the right there, the projects that we have planned for in-house auditors, and then the rest is just going to have to be determined because that's all the hours I have available in this category. The third section there on this page here is the sanction programs. These are all the programs that are currently under sanction. And so we have yet to go back to do any revisits. And so the only one that we have right now assigned is workforce development. That's going to be done by an in-house audit team. The rest is going to be determined. And so it just depends on the projects that we're doing throughout the year. Sometimes we do need to make adjustments to our work plan if something should come up. If, like, say, for example, there's some changes to these programs that we have listed, like management changes, funding changes, changes with, like, laws and regulations, and then staff turnover. So those are things that we have to take in consideration and determine whether we can proceed with these audits and reviews as planned, or do we have to substitute somebody else until we wait for the programs to get themselves situated. So it just all depends, but this is what we have planned right now. If you turn to the next page, this is the list of chapter audits. We have a list of 14 right now. And the first top chapters are listed 1 through, I believe, 9. These are chapters that have not been audited in over 20 years. We keep a record of all the chapters that have been audited since we basically started auditing chapters. And so these are the ones that haven't been audited. So we decided to make that our priority. It was a priority from last year. It's a priority going into this year. So those are the ones that the in-house auditors will be focusing on. We also have some audit requests that came in, and so those are the ones that are listed there. Again, this list is subject to changes. It just depends on if there's new requests that come in that are, have pressing issues and we need to get on that right away, then we may have to go back and make adjustments here. So it just really depends on the situation, but this is what we have planned for now. The next section here is the chapters that are on CAP. Right now, we need to go back and do CAP follow-up reviews. And so there's a number here that the auditors will be doing in-house, and then the rest will be to be determined. So the ones that say need legislation, these are the ones where we are still working with the chapters to do corrective action plans. Some of these were actually set to go through legislation before we had to close due to the COVID pandemic. And so right now the auditors are going back to revisit with the chapters because they didn't reopen until the 17th. And so the auditors are finally getting back with the chapters and touching base with them and saying, let's get these caps done so we can get the legislation going. So that's what we're working on right now. So that's the reason why it says need legislation there. The last section is the list of chapters that are currently under sanction right now. And so some of these are actually ongoing reviews. Sawmill chapter, I have a team out there right now working with them, and as well as Rama chapter. Those are active reviews that we're currently doing right now. The reason why I left them on the list here is because we don't know the results of those reviews at this time. So we could either keep the chapter in sanction or we can lift the sanction. So the latter is what we're hoping for, but it'll just depend on until the reviews are done. So that's the reason why I left them on our 2021 work plan here. But these are the ones that we'll be scheduling going forward. There was a couple of meetings that I went to with RDC last fall. They did ask my office to prioritize these reviews, and so that's what I am mindful of as we go forward. And of course, the timing of our revisit is really contingent upon when the chapters are ready. So we do follow-ups with the chapter and ask them where they're at, if they're ready. And so if they are, then we'll go ahead and schedule them, because RDC is really wanting to get these chapters out of sanction. So, and I'm sure your committee feels the same too. So of these, the list here, I have 4 of them budgeted to be done by in-house auditors, and the rest I will have to determine how we're going to address that going forward. So that is the list of the chapters. The last section is just the fraud investigation. These are some investigations that we have in mind, some issues that were brought to our attention. So there's a list there of 6, but based on my budget and the hours I have available, I'm only able to do 2 of those. And so that's the reason why the rest has to be determined. And so these hours, and then the rest there is the CMCA and then the Management Advisory Services. So these hours of 17,784 that I spoke to at the beginning of that first page is really a breakdown of all the projects by project. So that's what we call our work plan. I understand that this is the documents that used to be presented by the Auditor General before me, so I'm just continuing that practice. Hopefully you can understand and see how we are breaking down our work hours based on the available staffing. And so typically each staff member has 2,080 hours per year. And so what we did is then we adjusted those hours and said that, okay, if we take away holidays and if we take away annual leave, sick leave, and then we take away training hours, so all of that, we took that out, and in the end, each auditor is available with 1,368 hours. Those are hours that each auditor will have to complete these audits, whether it be original audits, initial audits, or CAP follow-up reviews or investigations. And so those hours by the audit staff that I have came out to the 17,784. And then we take that and we break it down by the types of services that we're providing. And then from there, we break it down to the actual projects that we have in mind. So that is a document that I wanted to share. And if you review it, you'll see that it reconciles to Form 2. That's the basis for our performance measures on Form 2. So that's the information that I wanted to share with the committee, and so that you'll have an idea of some of the projects that we have in mind to do going forward. I do want to point out that because of the project work that we're doing, the consulting budget has been very helpful to our department. And I know that the review that was submitted by OMB shows that we had a large budget last year, and most of that money came from our consulting. Last year, we had a budget of, I would say, let me see here, over $300,000 for consulting. And then we were fortunate enough to get some carryover funds last year. And the carryover funds was important because it was specifically for the NHA CAP follow-up review. If you guys are aware, back in 2018, there was a forensic examination that was done of the Navajo Housing Authority. We issued that report, and the council required NHA to have a corrective action plan, and that's according to the process that's spelled out in our plan of operation. So last June, in June 2019, we had that corrective action plan approved for NHA. And so they were given 1 year to implement that corrective action plan, and we were expected to go back and do the revisit and the follow-up. So that's the reason why I needed that carryover, because the initial fraud examination was done by KPMG, an external firm, and I believe the cost of that examination was over $100,000. And so I was anticipating the same amount for the CAP follow-up review, because that's what would be required. I don't have the resources in my office to do that NHA CAP follow-up review. One is the number of personnel that I would have to dedicate to that project that's that big. And number two, the skill sets and the expertise that I have in my office. So I have to be mindful of that as I assign these projects. And so I had explained to the speaker at the time that it would just be best for us to outsource it again, the CAP follow-up review. And so that's what I was keeping in mind going into this current year. And so the carryover was really to address that. But of course, you know, the COVID pandemic came in and it's something that we didn't plan for. And so as of May, NXA came back and asked if they could get an extension because like the Navajo Nation, they also had to shut down. They put all their employees on administrative leave. And so really their hands were tied in terms of implementing their corrective action plan. And it's just not NXA. It's all the other clients that we're working with, whether it's programs or chapters. They were also hindered with regards to the closure. And so I conferred with the speaker on that and to see if, you know, what his thoughts were about granting that extension. And so after speaking with him, we decided to go ahead and grant NXA that extension. So their CAP implementation was extended to December 2020. So my office is expected to go back after that to do the follow-up review. That puts us in FY 2021. And so my understanding is that I can't use 2020 funds to pay for review in 2021. And so that's the reason why some of that money has not been expended. That's what's sitting in our budget. In addition, there's other projects that I had in mind to outsource. Again, because of the closure, we couldn't issue any RFPs. We couldn't execute any contracts. And of course, you know, because we're the internal audit department for the Navajo Nation, all of our clients are within the executive branch. The chapters are all within the executive branch. The departments and programs that we have listed on our work plan are within the executive branch. Since they were closed, we really couldn't do anything. You know, we made several contacts to some of our clients and they told us, you know, we're closed. We're not addressing anything other than our response to the pandemic. Audit issues are not a priority and we will get back to you until the government reopens. And so there's really not much we could do, and it just prolonged. And we did the best we could to complete as much as we could with the projects working from home. But other than that, it was just a waiting game. So once the government reopened last week, that's when, you know, the auditors really just jumped on the project and they started contacting chapters and programs and said, you know, we need this stuff. We're trying to complete these projects. So there are a couple of RFPs that I did issue in the last couple of weeks. I'm hoping that we will be able to execute contracts for those so that we can expand some of those consulting funds. But we're really up against the timeline for the controller's office in executing contracts. So it's just going to be a wait and see on our end. But that's where a lot of the consulting money is still sitting there. We had every intention to expend that money, but a lot of it is just because of, you know, the COVID pandemic. So that's where the consulting money is looking at. So going into this fiscal year, that's where a majority of our funds were reduced, as I explained earlier from page 1. And because of the consulting money that got reduced, it also is it directly impacts the number of audits that we can complete for the year. And so I was kind of crunching some numbers right before I got on this call with you. And so just to kind of put it in perspective, we basically do audits, follow-up reviews, and investigations. So last year in fiscal 2020, we had a total of 49 that we had in our performance measures to complete among audits, follow-up reviews, and investigations. And then 17 projects would also be outsourced. And so this year, with the reduction in our consulting money, we're going to have to do a lot of the audits internally with the internal audit staff. And my audit staff did not increase at all here. So with that, with the reduction in the consulting fees and then the reduction in the overall budget, the number of audits that we're going to be able to complete, whether it's audits, caps, or investigation, has now reduced to 32 for this fiscal, for the 2021 fiscal year. That's a difference of 17 total projects. On the outsourcing side, last year we were budgeted for 17, or I'm sorry, this year we're budgeted for 17. Next year we're only going to have 2. That's the 82,000 that I mentioned. It's going to cover at least 2 audits. So that's a variance of 15 that we're not going to be able to do. So I just kind of wanted to share that with the committee and put it in perspective. So of course, the less resources you have, then we're not able to do as much. And so that's with regards to our project. That brings me to the unmet needs budget that we submitted. And again, this is something that we were advised to do from the Speaker's office. They said, you can submit an unmet needs budget. And so I went back and took a look at what some of the areas that I thought we were really falling short. So one of the things that we included in our unmet needs budget, I hope you guys have it. Peggy said it was not in your binder, but it was part of the email that she sent everybody. So I'm going to go over the unmet needs budget here. So that one is 200,000. That's what in the unmet needs budget. And so 2,500 of that is in supplies, and this is really the what we're being asked to do with regards to the response to the COVID pandemic is to make sure that we have sufficient supplies on hand, the PPE supplies, so that when our employees return to the office, then they can have those supplies at hand for their respective offices. So I put 2,500 for that. The other one that I put here was 122,500. This is for consulting services, and I made this request based on the consideration that we might be only getting the 82,000. I don't know about carryover going into the next fiscal year. I understand there's a lot of contributing factors that need to be taken into consideration. So programs may not be able to carry over their funds, and if that's the case, then all I have for consulting service is going to be the 82,000 in 2021. So that's where I'm trying to cover, come back and say, can I get additional money so that we can do more audits? And so the 122,000, I'm hoping will cover at least one more program audit, 2 more chapter audits, and maybe 2 more CAP follow-up reviews. And that's what is reflected in the Form 2 of this unmet needs budget package that I submitted. And that's where you'll see it on the first and second goal statements. And so these are additional audits that I'm hoping that we can do in quarter 2, 3, and 4 of the next fiscal year. The other thing that if I cannot secure, I'm still mindful of the funding that I need to complete the NHA CAP follow-up review. This is something that's being pressed upon us not only by the Navajo Nation, but also the committee, the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs from Washington. They have a high interest in NHA, its operations. They're wanting to know what NHA has done, and so they've been pressing on the Speaker's office for an update on that. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You're going over 30 minutes now, so we need to move forward with questions from our committee members. Please wrap it up.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Chair. This is Delegate Yellow here, sponsor, Chair.
Okay, Ms. Brown, are you still online?
Oh, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you?
everybody line for any of barely hear people. I could just hear some pieces of people talking.
Can you hear me?
Ms. Brown?
Yes, sir. I'm still on the line.
Okay, you guys wrap up your presentation so we can get to the committee for questions on the budget.
I'm sorry. I didn't quite get all of that, sir. Hello, the call is cutting out on somebody that's speaking. We can't hear anything.
Peggy,
Hey, Peggy,
can you hear me?
this is Helen.
Peggy,
There might be something wrong with the line.
can you hear me?
Okay.
Chair, still, just delegate
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you? Okay, good then. Thank you. Chair, as a sponsor, Chair, can you hear me?
Oh, is that Delegate over here?
Oh yeah, I should not that as a sponsor. As a sponsor, I'd like to ask questions about our budget here. My own agent. I want to ask questions, Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Chair Henio, and also Peggy and the legislative staff. I just want to question my budget national as a sponsor that we do have a 3 vacancy in this Auditor General's budget. Auditor General vacancy is a still vacancy since the auditor left about 2 years ago. And also we have a vacancy in 2 positions in the associate auditors. There's 2, and altogether are 3 vacancy. I just want to remind my agent to know these ever been advertised and what's going on. For me, that my concern as a sponsor, Mr. Henios Kunto, not just get to Helen Brown, to Auditor General Cat.
Mr. Chair, can I answer that question?
Okay, I don't know if it's my line or maybe it's the whole. I could barely hear Delegate Yellow Hair asking a question. So I really don't know what the question was. I don't know if any of the committee members heard the question.
Mr. Chair, this is Helen from the Auditor General's office. I did get his question. I can answer it. Yes, Chair, I can hear you.
I can hear the other delegates also.
I can hear it very clear. This is Delegate Yellow Hair.
Okay, go ahead.
Come in loud and clear, Chair.
In the meantime,
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I can hear everybody just fine.
Log off and call back in.
Delegate Yellow Hair, can you repeat your question again, please, for everybody?
Delegate Yellow Hair, can you repeat the question?
Chair Henio.
Chair, go ahead. Hear me? Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Smith, was that you?
I was on mute. Can you hear me? This is Delegate Yellow here. I just want honesty.
I can barely hear. You're breaking up really fast.
Oh, let me scream a little bit. I'm chasing my cattle around and the baby came to garden. Okay, there we have 3 positions in the Auditor General's budget. One is Auditor General vacant. I think this has been vacant since two years now. And Saeya, 2 positions, Associate Auditor, 2, a vacant Asa. I got 3 positions are vacant right now. I just want to ask my agent, Ms. Brown, has this been advertised, or how many times have been advertised? Is there any ever been a interview for these 3 positions, the vacancy? Ms. Brown, I hope you hear me very nice and clear. Once about the chair as a sponsor. Thank you. Hello? Voice order.
Delegate Yellow Hair, this is Ms. Brown. I did get your question. I'm just waiting for somebody to tell me it's okay to answer.
Okay, I'm finally back on. I actually logged off and finally come back in. Go ahead, Helen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Yellow Hair was asking me about our vacant positions that are noted on page 3 of our budget. I want to indicate that those positions have been filled for the associate auditors. The reason why we left them vacant on this form is because we have not signed off on a PAF. This is something that we're working with DPM on, but we did interview and we accepted the applicants for these positions. They're going through the background checks, but that office finally just reopened today as well. So those 2 positions will be filled come fiscal year 2021. The Auditor General vacant position is still there, but we did receive 1 referral from personnel. And so this is the one that I've been in talks with the Chief of Staff, Ms. So, in terms of how we want to coordinate a interview panel. So that's what we're working on. Unfortunately, she's been very busy with the CARES Act, and so we have not gotten down to a date to agree on for the interview panel. But there has been 1 applicant that was referred to us from DPM. So we are taking care of these vacant positions, sir. Thank you.
Is that any other questions, committee members?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Go ahead, Delegate Cardi.
Yeah, thank you, Shash. Ms. Brown, can you let me know the role that Auditor General plays in the Navajo CARES funding? I'm very concerned on the internal process. Thank you. I'll go back on mute.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments, committee members? Chair. And then I'll go back to Ms. Brown. Go ahead with your response.
Hello, Delegate Crotty. Thank you for that question. Right now, for the CARES Act, I have not been involved in any of aspects of that. A lot of it is with regards to the Department of Justice interpreting the requirements. And so what we would do, if anything, is to provide some independent and objective assessments of areas, if need be, to verify that things are being adhered to with regards to these requirements, not only from a legal standpoint, but maybe from a compliance standpoint. And I think that's what the controller has been reiterating throughout a lot of these discussions with regards to the CARES Act. If there's our requirements there, then there needs to be some kind of compliance review. And so she had mentioned earlier in her discussion that some of these agencies, the funding agencies or regulatory agencies, might be coming out to Navajo to verify that we are meeting those requirements. And so she was tasked, along with other departments and programs, to create a process to ensure those compliance. And so if need be, our office can be of assistance there to verify that there is a process and that the process has adequate internal controls to ensure that we are complying with the CARES Act. So that's where we can contribute there as part of that process. I hope I was able to answer your question. Thank you.
Okay, with that, any further questions or comments for the Auditor General's Office committee members?
Chairman Henyo, I'd just like to ask, I haven't seen, is that going to be an additional cost to make sure CARES is in compliance? I agree that it needs to happen, but I just haven't seen any documents or proposals to either request CARES funding and how that could assist. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that question, Shanota. Back to you, Ms. Brown.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I'm not sure if I'm the best person to answer that question. That might be something that should be referred over to the controller. Again, like I said, I have not been involved in any of the CARES Act discussions in terms of how that money is supposed to be administered. I think that's been entrusted with the controller's office along with the Department of Justice. But if our office needs to be involved, then we can be there. Thank you.
On that question, is our controller, Ms. Kirk, on the line? Ms. Kirk, are you on the line? Okay, with that, we'll hold that question for Ms. Kirk again when she comes back on the line. Any other questions or comments? I don't hear you. So with that,
Ms. Kirk is on her way. One moment, please.
Okay, Shandar Delegate Yellow here. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is going to Helen. Do you need another positions for auditor positions? Do you need another one to catch up with your work? Is it behind? I think you didn't say anything about behind schedule. There's already been work has been scheduled from your office. You don't have any concerns about do you need another positions? Do you need one, at least one or two? Ms. Brown? Chair, turn the floor back to you, Chair.
Okay, sure with that. Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know Mr. Delegate Yellowhair for that question. The easiest answer is yes. I could always use more auditors in our office because right now we have more audit requests than I have available bodies to get out there to do these audits. The problem that we've been encountering, and I think I've expressed this before, is that I don't have the office space to house additional auditors. We are full to capacity in the building that we currently are in. We share this building with Office of Navajo Government Development. And so right now I am full to capacity. All I can do is accommodate the 15. In fact, I have some auditors that are doubling up in some of these offices, and so we're doing the best that we can. But that is really what is hindering my office from bringing on additional people into our program. So, but I'm always open to other suggestions, and I'm welcome. I would enjoy more people in our office. It's just that I don't know where to put them. So that's my answer there. Thank you.
Okay, with that, any other questions or comments, community members? I understand Ms. Perlene Kirk is on the way to the phone. That's what I heard.
Chair, this is Controller, and I'm on the line right now.
With that, it's back to Shinanta, Ms. Shinanta Shuma Delegate. Amber Cuddy, would you restate your question regarding the auditor's role in the CARES Act funding for Ms. Kirk to also chime in on?
Thank you, Chair. I did ask the Auditor General, I wanted to know what would be their role, the program's role in terms of CARES funding, and it was mentioned possibly like requirements and compliance. So my question was, I haven't seen the Auditor General provide any documentation or proposals, and then with that, she deferred to the Controller. So please give me an idea in terms of where does the Auditor General play in the CARES funding and the compliance. Thank you.
So with that, back to Ms. Kirk Shuma, response.
Okay, Otto, Yate, Chair Shiaj, and then members of the committee, and Chadeja for that question. In terms of the CARES funding, so back in the day, seems like a long time ago, when we had the CMY 44-20, we did go by that legislation in the beginning. So there was a lot of essentially the unfunded mandates in there. And so that's what we went by in terms of tackling not only deploying the dollars, but also the compliance to be responsible for. And so generally speaking, the Auditor General, I don't believe when we're treating this like how we would treat all the K accounts, all the grants that our office is responsible. We do have contract accounting, and we do have a number of grants that go through our office. And so, again, if I remember correctly, on a yearly basis, I think we go through about $600 million. I do know our last year, what we call our CFA that we file with the federal government, we did expend 300 plus million. And so essentially, when we're talking about the CARES dollar, we have to double what we do on an annual basis as far as expenditure-wise that we have to do in the next 4 months. That's a lot of work. So our office does deal with federal funds, which is different than, I believe, different from the Auditor General's responsibility. We are responsible as a nation and essentially contract accounting, OOC. Because these are federal funds, we have to follow the uniform guidance. We're responsible for the single audit, and so there's tons of things that we're responsible even before payment goes out. We generally do all of this with our regular grants and contracts, but now we have to do it with CARES funding. So that's how I view it. In terms of some of the things that I can think of in working with the Auditor General's office, if we need to, we probably would need some help or some direction or some collaboration if we're dealing with chapters. But so far, right now, we anticipated maybe a lot more grants to chapters, but not as of now. It's kind of on the back burner because we're concentrating on the projects. We're concentrating on the Small Business Assistance Program, the gaming subrecipient grant agreement, and then some of the direct funding to our, some of our Navajo Nation programs, command center, and so forth. So that's kind of how it's working out so far. So, but again, there's still a lot of 170 plus million that still needs to be essentially allocated. And then we're working on the list for projects to see if any will be executed or still eligible. So those numbers are always changing. So that's not to say that, let's say, if there's any dollars sent to chapters. One of the things regarding chapters, if there's any monies that go out to them, if it's over $750,000, they need to be responsible for single audit, and also because the nation is the prime recipient of CARES funds, then we're responsible for the subrecipient monitoring. So some of the things we do is a risk assessment on some of these subrecipient agreements. That's probably where we'll need some assistance from Auditor General's office because they do deal with chapters. So that's how I see it. And I think it is a lot of work. I mean, we just started doing some of this work, and granted, we're working on templates and so forth, like subrecipient agreements. And so there's other templates that needs to happen. And as I understand, beginning of next month, I believe we'll roll out the Small Business Assistance Program. And if the new, some of this new legislation going through the process that contemplates educational assistance programs or the hardship assistance program, those are all going to be a lot of work. So, those are kind of some of my comments. That's my response. I don't know if the earlier question involves whether I needed additional funding. I know with the current legislation going through, there's 10 million, which I think is an arbitrary number. We did prepare a budget from the last legislation that, we were asking for 20. I'm trying to spend $2.5 million by tomorrow with the CJY 46-20 or 47-20. I don't think we all know how much work. I mean, I'm trying to get a reality check on how much work we're going to be doing. And it's simply because these dollars are federal dollars, and we have to follow not only Navajo Nation laws, rules, procedures, our own procurement processes and so forth, but we also have to follow the uniform guidance, which is all federal law. We have to follow CARES Act, Treasury guidance, and so forth. So that's my response. So, yeah.
With that, any other comments, questions, committee members? There's no, we're down to the Budget and Finance Committee discussion and action. I did not hear any revisits and really no questions pertaining to the budget itself except for the vacancies. And so with that, legislation 192-20, I'll call for the question. I'll get yellow here.
How about Green, Shinatani?
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith here.
Okay, we're calling for the question on 192-20.
If you can hear me, green.
Okay, Shane, green. Delegate Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canas Bakrati votes green. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I vote green.
Of that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. 192-20 passes for the Auditor General's office to be included in the comprehensive budget. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Moving on to the next. Office of Navajo Tax Commission, legislation 195-20. Vice Chair Smith, I'll be handing the reins over to you for the next item D on the agenda.
Yeah, Chair. Told committee members, we are now on budget legislation 0195-20, Office of Tax Commission. Shada, can you read this into the record?
Oh, here we go. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, legislation number 0195-20, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the proposed fiscal year budget 2021 budget for the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission to be included in the Navajo Nation Comprehensive Budget for fiscal year 2021, sponsored by Jamie Hinio and Jimmy Yellowhair Council delegates. This legislation has been read into the record. It does have exhibits A through E and the memo from the Legislative Council as well as the Internet Public Review. There were no comments received, and that concludes my part.
Motion.
Motion by Delegate Crotty.
I'll take second. Thank you.
Motion by Honorable Crotty and second by Honorable Yellowhair. With that, let's hear OMB.
Good afternoon. This is Lisa Jim with OMB. I Can Do Tax Commission. Okay, committee members, you have the OMB report in front of you. Navajo Nation Budget and Finance Committee, FY 2021 budget hearings. Number 1 was OMB, number 2 was Navajo Tax Commission. So part A is FY 2021 fund type budget summary. I'll be reading Tax Commission's business unit. 106001, Office of Navajo Tax Commission. Approved general fund budget for 2020 was $1,509,404. Proposed general fund budget is $1,424,404. 0 indirect cost fund, 0 proprietary fund, 0 fiduciary fund, 0 special revenue internal, 0 special revenue external, giving you a total amount of $1,424,404. Moving on to Part B, FY 2020 third quarter ending budget expenditure report. I'll be reading the bottom total for Tax Commission. The original budget was $1,509,404. Revised budget is $1,777,748.32. Actual expenditure is $1,116,838.97. Encumbrances is $81,460.32. Budget available $579,449.03. Giving the expense total of 67.41%. Part C is the performance assessment report for the third quarter. For Navajo Tax Commission, the first quarter is 2.4, second quarter is 2.2, third quarter is 2.2. moving on to Part D, FY 2020 third quarter plans of operation report. They have two, CAP 1702 and GSCAU 5002 from 2002. They're highlighted in gray because the past.
Lisa, that's OMB's.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the Tax Commission, next page. Tax Commission has a NABI reference, and theirs adopted was in 2014, NABIJY-39-14. And there is no Part E, no third quarter conditional appropriation report. Committee members, Mr. Chair. That's OMB report.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Committee members, any questions on the OMB report pertaining to legislation?
Vice Chair, where would I find this document? I'm looking through my email and it's not in my binder.
Thank you for that, Honorable Crotty. Peggy, do you have an answer to that?
Vice Chair, I don't find it either. It may have been brought in. Marty, was this part of your hard copies that you delivered to our office yesterday? I haven't gone to the office to check on what has been delivered. So can you enlighten us, please?
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we were asked to send our information via email and also to take hard copies to legislative. And so I had received this copy of this report from OMB last week on Friday. So when I was asked for this information yesterday, I attached this report in the email that I sent to Peggy. So Peggy, I believe, sent you email yesterday with this this OMB report attached, along with the presentation from the Office of Navajo Tax Commission. Mr. Vice Chair.
Check your email again, I guess. When was that sent? What usually go by the time and date?
Vice Chair, I sent it, let's see, hold on. I sent it yesterday at 8:29 a.m. I'm sorry, I didn't have it here, but thanks to OMB, they reminded me that I sent this out yesterday morning at 8:25 after I received it from Marty at 8:17. It says OMB and ONTC report and ONTC budget forms for BFC. So you should have it. I sent it yesterday. Look at your emails, please.
Shada, please check your email on O'Crotty on that time and date. See if we have it. Any other questions for OMB?
I do have a question, Vice Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I thank you for that email. I did find it from yesterday. OMB, I do have a question regarding capital outlay. There's $1.3 million, but none of it was expensed. Can you give me guidance in terms of, it looks like it was a revised budget. So can you help me understand where that funding came from? Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Committee members, any other questions for OMB? Lisa, you have the floor.
I will refer that question to Mr. Ashley. The program can answer that question. Oh, no, she's talking about the 1 point, I'm sorry. She thought,
Mr. Vice Chair?
Go ahead. This is Vice Chair.
There's there's two business units on that one page. One is OMB's business unit 105001, and then the Office of Navajo Tax Commission is right under that. Delegate Crowdy, that capital outlay is under OMB's budget. It's not Navajo Tax Commission's budget.
no. Thank you, Marty. Thank you, committee members. Yes, I was mistaken. I thought she was looking at the 1.3 for Personnel and Tax Commission. She's looking at the 1.3 under capital outlay under OMB. Yes, that's correct. It's under the revised budget because it was a carryover. Madam committee members?
Go ahead, Lisa.
Yes, the 1.3 for capital outlay was a carryover, committee members.
Thank you.
For OMB.
Does that answer your question, Honorable Crowdy? Honorable Crowdy?
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I was on mute. I just need to know, it looks like zero expended. So are we expecting that 1.3 will be swept back? Are you going to be able to expend that by the end of the fiscal year? Thank you.
Go ahead, OMB.
Mr. Chair?
Oh.
Vice Chair?
Yes, this is Vice Chair. Go ahead.
I think that question should be asked when OMBs are presenting.
Yes.
They're going to be presenting after us.
I'm sorry. I was under the impression that I'm able to ask questions regarding the report that OMB just provided. Are there some other rules that I'm not aware of? Thank you.
I might have caused confusion because I only read Tax Commission into the record right now at this time. I didn't read OMB's numbers because, as Mr. Ashley stated, I was waiting for OMB to come up, so I didn't read OMB's numbers into record, just Tax Commission's. Committee members?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crowdy.
Honorable Crowdy, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So is there an error on this report? I'm opening up the report that says fiscal year 2021, OMB and ONTC report. I have 29 pages on my report on when I'm asking questions. Are we allowed to ask questions on this report, or is it only for what's read in the record? I'll need some guidance, and then maybe this should be separate if we're only going to be able to ask questions that are read into the record. And I think that's going on dangerous ground because we're not reading the whole budget into the record. And so I would want to caution. Thank you.
Honorable Crowdy, thank you. This was just basically on the performance and the criteria that OMB read on basis of the agenda regarding the OMB's report. We haven't got into the, that's just a summary report on questions on that.
Vice Chair Smith, so can the question then from this 29-page report, what does the agent feel that I'm allowed to ask questions on? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crowdy. Agents, can you respond to that? Or what questions can be requested on this?
Vice Chair, this is Marty Ashley. I believe I believe this report that was generated by OMB, it includes 2 different offices. One is their office, OMB's Office of Management and Budgets Information is number 1, and then number 2 is the Office of Navajo Tax Commission. So both of those reports are in this report. But right now, all we're covering is the Office of Navajo Tax Commission. And so all the stuff that was covered was primarily Office of Navajo Tax Commission's information. So I think any questions pertaining to Office of Navajo Tax Commission should be covered in this presentation. And then that's why I was saying that Office of Management and Budget's next on the agenda after our office. And so any questions for Office of Management and Budget can be asked then on their information. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you for that clarification, Marty Ashley. You are in line with you're in line with the next legislation 0196-20, which is on item E. And right now we're on legislation number regarding the OMB legislation sponsored by Chair Peña, or the Tax Commission, 0195-20. So let's stay in line here with the agenda. Let's continue with the Tax Commission.
Vice Chair, this is Peggy. Maybe you can have Dominic answer that question. Yeah, maybe you can ask Dominic to answer that question about why it's all consolidated. You have 3 programs in that report. You have Tax Commission, you have OMB, and then you have a fixed cost.
Well, thank you, Peggy. Is Dominic on board?
I am here. And I sent you my oath.
Thank you for reminding us on that. The question.
Okay.
Explain that.
Vice Chairman Smith and members of the BNF committee, Mr. Ashley, and everyone else listening to the presentation and discussion. I think the OMB staff person who put these documents together just put OMB and tax together in one report because they're relatively small compared to the big divisions. So it was just an attempt to save some paper and consolidate some information. Now on the attachment on the fixed cost, again, that has a separate title page and separate budget expenditure information and performance information and so on. But the analyst, the budget person who put this together, sent it all together to Ms. Nakai in one document. That's why it's 29 pages. But it does cover OMB, Tax Commission, and then fixed costs separately. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, OMB, Mr. Dominic. Any other questions for OMB or Tax Commission?
So, Vice Chair, this is Delegate Cruddy. Chair.
Go ahead, Honorable Crotty.
I'm just looking at this email, Chair. And so, and I appreciate Mr. Beal for explaining that. I understand that Save the Trees, it's electronic copy, great. And it also could have been fixed. This was sent over yesterday from Mr. Ashley, and from this email is recognizing that all of the information is combined in there. I think, and I'm going to go back to saying that, you know, President Nez said we're ready for this budget. We got everything in tow and everything's moving forward. And I think, I know there's a lot of moving pieces. So I need to be, when we're saying this OMB budget, just then just what pages, when Lisa read it, thank you, I was pulling it up. It took me a minute to pull this on. What pages then are we allowed to ask questions on? Somebody has a document. I just need to know what pages.
Chair, this is Ledge Counsel Kristen Lowell.
Go ahead, Legislative Counsel.
In answer to Delegate Crotty's question about what pages, they're blended in together. So on the pages, so it's more about the business unit, which is the Office of Navajo Tax Commission that's in front of you right now is Business Unit 106001. And I just wanted to inform Delegate Crotty and the other BNF committee members that you won't lose the ability to ask questions to the Office of Management and Budget when the OMB budget comes before the committee. This particular budget that we're focusing on right now is the Office of Navajo Tax Commission. So that business unit is threaded through the first 15 pages of the document. Vice Chair and Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Legislative Counsel. Honorable Crotty, to answer your question.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Legislative Counsel. So in looking at that business unit, I'd like to ask, and then am I asking OMB, please help me understand the lease and rental. That's, it looks like there's only been less than 3% of this used. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Say that again, Honorable Crotty. Preoccupied here.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I was just asking OMB if they could give me any background on Business Unit 106001, the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission. There's, in the series 5,000, it's lease and rentals. So there's $95,098. There was a revised budget and some encumbrance and only less than 3% expense. If I could get some information on that. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, that is on page 6.
Honorable Crotty, yes. I'll let OMB answer that. OMB?
This is Lisa with OMB. I believe that Mr. Ashley probably could answer that. Mr. Chair, committee member.
Mr. Chair, I can answer that question.
Who's speaking?
Mr. Chair, this is Marty Ashley. I can answer that question.
Marty, go ahead and answer that question.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty, for that question. That lease and rental, the Office of Navajo Tax Commission is located in the Kerrigan Professional Building in St. Michael. And all our office space we rent from the Division of Economic Development. And so the reason why you see a high balance is that we haven't received invoices from Economic Development. Well, I take that back. We processed the payment last month in July, So that payment is going through for our lease rental, for our office space rental, and that's what majority of that. In fact, that whole 95,000, that's what that is. So, as of June 30th, we hadn't received the invoices from DED, and so we had to actually request, for the invoices, because we knew this type of question would come up at the BNF. But all that is going to be spent to Vice Chair and BNF committee members.
Thank you, Marty. Any other questions from committee members? Honorable Crotty, does that answer your question?
Thank you, Vice Chair. It does. Thank you.
Agushin, committee members, any questions for Tax Commission? If not, let's move on to the next item. Next presenter.
Vice Chair, are you going to call for the vote then?
Oh, don't we still need to go through the budget overview? Thank you.
That's correct. Thank you, Honorable Crotty. We haven't finished. We were just doing the OMB summary report. That was the questions. Next presenter, please.
Hello.
On the Tax Commission. I haven't called for the question on legislation.
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Marty Ashley.
Go ahead, Marty.
I'd like to go over our presentation that we sent.
Please do.
Okay, we sent a kind of an overview of our office. I won't go over that. You can read that at your pleasure. But just real briefly, the Office of Navajo Tax Commission is responsible for collecting taxes for 9 different taxes that are out there. And so out of the 9 different taxes that are out there, it brings in over $100 million. I think at its peak, we brought in about $115 million. That peak has kind of come down, I believe, for fiscal year, this coming fiscal year 2021, our projection is to collect $101 million. That's the projection for fiscal year 2021. Out of that projection, 53 million, approximately 53 million is estimated to go into general fund. And then the other places that it goes is to the chapters, to the tourism department, to junk food, and that goes to chapters, and the other sales tax portion, part of 1% goes to the Judicial Public Safety Facilities Fund, a portion goes to scholarship, a portion goes to Division of Economic Development, and then recently there's a allocation that's being made to fire and rescue services. So that $100 million, approximately $100 million that we collect, it goes to those different areas. So I just want to highlight that we bring in over $100 million to the Navajo Nation government. We have 19 staff, and so with that, just that brief overview, I'll go over Form 1 and Form 2 as requested. So what we had submitted to OMB on August the 10th, we basically put the executive branch's allocation to us as our original. So under personnel, $1,316,251 was budgeted this current fiscal year in 2020. The proposed budget for 2021 is $1,335,712, an increase of $19,461. That increase is basically the GWA that was given in fiscal year 2020. So travel, we don't have anything budgeted. Meeting expenses, we don't have anything budgeted. Supplies, we have $1,836 budgeted. Under lease and rental, just like the question was asked, our annual rental for our office spaces is approximately $95,000, and so out of that, we've only budgeted $73,145, or that's what was budgeted last year, and so this year we budgeted $51,223. So we're short. We're actually short in budgeting the whole amount of the lease rental for our office space. Communication and utilities, $10,608 budgeted in fiscal year 2020. That same amount is budgeted again for fiscal year 2021. Contractual services, we have $12,500 budgeted, and that's for the consultant that assists we have one of the taxes, the possessory interest tax. We have one staff there, and we have a consultant that assists on that person in doing valuations on, at one time there was 4 coal mining companies on the Navajo Nation, but that's kind of dwindled down to just one now. But the other evaluations that this consultant assists my staff with is the valuations of all the oil and gas producers, and then all the business sites. So there's quite a number of businesses that there's valuations done for the purpose of the possessory interest tax. So that's what that $12,500 is for. That's what was budgeted last year, and that's a contract that we currently have. It's a 3-year contract that we have with this consultant. So it's basically like a fixed cost. In the special transaction, we have budgeted last year $11,900. Our current budget is $12,525, an increase of $625. So the total that we are given by the executive branch is $1,424,404, and so that same amount was allocated to us again in fiscal year 2021. On Form 2, the Office of Navajo Tax Commission has 6 different departments, and so one of them is accounting. And so the first goal statement is to meet the FY21 tax revenue projection of $100 million. And so the collection of that, accounting, administer, and collect tax revenue generated by the 9 Navajo taxes. So first quarter, we're projecting to collect $29 million. Second quarter, $21 million. Third quarter, $29 million. And fourth quarter, $21 million. And so for the possessory interest tax that I was mentioning earlier, that particular tax is paid semi-annually. It's paid in November, and it's also paid in May. So the first payment's actually in the first quarter, and then the second half of that payment, the second semi-annual payment, is in the third quarter. That's why you see those differences. Number 2 goal statement is to enforce the Uniform Tax Administration Statute, sections 101-101 to 141. And that's the compliance staff. We have a compliance staff of 6, and they review roughly about 300 to 500 different taxpayers' documents. The quarterly tax payments that are coming in, those tax filings that are done, they do reviews on them. And so each compliance officer is assigned anywhere from 300 to 500 taxpayers. And so on a quarterly basis, this is kind of some of the things that they're talking about. The desk audits per quarter for the 9 types of taxes, where we average anywhere from 2,200 to about 3,000 each quarter. So, but we projected 2,500 for each quarter on this particular activity. Goal statement number 3, to enforce the Uniform Tax Administration Statute, section 101 to 141, and that one's the for the audit program. We have an audit staff of 5, and they've been going out and doing audits. A lot of our taxpayers, some of the oil and gas companies, they're located in Texas and Denver, where their main offices are headquartered, and that's where the files are at. There's other taxpayers that are outside of the Navajo Nation as well. So they usually perform 16 audits, but due to the pandemic for the fiscal year 2021, we don't know what's going to happen with this pandemic. There's a travel restriction, so we didn't schedule anything for first quarter and second quarter. But we did schedule 3, or we're projecting 3 audits will be done in the third quarter, and another 3 in the fourth quarter. On an annual basis, when the regular process is happening, audit staff they generally do anywhere from 20 to 30 audits. So we're not sure what's going to happen on our audit activity. Our 5 audit staff are currently working from home. They have laptops, and they're completing audits that they have already done. They're doing the finalizing those audits right now. So they can work from home, but they can't go out and do any audits. So during this fiscal year, since the executive order was put in place, there's a travel restriction and no one's gone out there. But that's what we projected for fiscal year 2021. Goal statement number 4, to consistently apply and practice a fair tax appeals process. So this used to be done by our in-house tax attorney, but currently we don't have an in-house tax attorney. So that's done by our staff that was trained by the last tax attorney that we had in our office. So even there, these numbers are usually higher, but we're projecting our staff to perform tax conferences and to do opening and hearing and closing some of these appeals. You know, when there's an assessment that's done, that's sent out to a taxpayer, they're given an opportunity to appeal. And so when they appeal, they have a conference. So that conference, they open up a case. And so that's what this is for. On goal statement number 5, to properly administer and determine lease value applicable to the possessory interest tax. And then here, the valuation person, they do the valuations on all the oil and gas leases, the coal leases, the rights of ways and the business site leases on the Navajo Nation. And these are the performance numbers that are out there for that particular tax. So those are our goal statements for fiscal year 2021. And it's really difficult to determine what's going to happen considering the pandemic that we are currently in right now. So I'm just going to go over one more form, the Form 3, and we pretty much have all our positions filled. Last year, or this current fiscal year in 2020, when we did our budget last year, we were able to do cost sharing with the Department of Justice. So we only budgeted 50% for the tax attorney, but that position is still vacant. And I haven't gotten a status report on whether a person is going to be hired for this cost sharing. Other than that, all our positions are filled. Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I will stop right there in my presentation.
Thank you, Marty. Committee members, questions?
The Chair, Potent Chair Smith. Here, Mr. Ashley, you do pretty good justify your budget. Your budget is all filled to all positions except for tax attorney. I don't know why they need to hire and get this thing going. Johnny, let's tell us internet, clean staff for a vacancy there. Doing good job, Mr. Ashley. I don't have any questions, Chair. So, sponsor. Guess he's had a vote on it and get this thing going, take care of this for Office of the Navajo Tax Commission. General to explain it, yeah. Except for distribution for $100 million, Mr. Ashley, 100 million or 53 million goes to general fund. The rest is other funds been allocated. My request. Thank you, Chair, Protect Chair, and sponsor, and Mr. Ashley. Thank you. Good job, Stella. Yeah.
Thanks, Jay. Any other comments, questions from the committee?
This is Delegate Crotty.
Okay, Shane. Delegate Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. My question is to Mr. Martin. If I understand how important your office is, why do you think every year your office is shortchanged and not given the needs to, in fact, fulfill your statutory obligations? Thank you, Vice Chair.
Committee members, any other questions? Gita, floor is back to you, Mr. Ashley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Shanantai, and Delegate Crotty. Thank you for your question. I've been asking that question for over 10 years now, and I'm not trying to play politics or anything, but ever since I came to this office, I've been saying that we bring in quite a bit of revenue, and then there's 9 taxes that need to be administered, and right now, back 10 years ago to now, all the things that we're tasked with, we don't have the resources to do everything we're supposed to do. But what we do with what we have, we try to do the most with what we have. I've been requesting for funding for a database. since 2000, fiscal year 2010. And so that finally came about in 2018. And I wasn't able to utilize that, so it was carried over in 2000 to 2019. At the end of 2019, we finally entered into an agreement. So that's what we're doing right now. Currently, we're trying to implement a database to track all our taxpayers, and then to track all the tax payments that are being made. So that project, we were hoping that it would have been completed in late spring or early summer, but due to the pandemic, that got pushed back. So last week we had training on it, and then we're doing some testing right now. So back to your question, I really don't know. We've been determined to be an essential personnel, essential office, and so ever since the executive order was put in place, my staff have been working. Audit staff have been working from home. Compliance staff, they were staggering people coming in, so to address that social distancing. So we don't have everybody here all at once. And so, but, there's mail that come in every day on the tax filings, and then some of them include tax payments that come in. So those mail need to be logged in. The checks that are collected need to be uploaded and deposited to the controller's office. So since day one of this executive order that was put in place, we've been working. So my suggestion to the three branch chiefs when they were meeting is that, this whole pandemic is something new to everybody. And that, what we should do, we learn something from that. We learn who all the essential people are. And that, people have been saying that the Navajo Nation government, you're too large, you're too heavy. Your government's too large, and you can do more with less. Kind of things. We've been criticized. I hear that, and so that's what I shared at the three branch chiefs meeting. And that now is the time to utilize that, put that in place. You know which offices are working. Perhaps give them the money. Give them the money that they need. Then any leftovers can go to those non-essential. But now back to your question on Shadeja, Delegate Crotty, is that I'm not sure why. It seems like every year we're short. Last year during this time, the Budget and Finance Committee actually gave us an extra $85,000. So our budget, like what OMB read to you, is $1,509,000 in their report. That's what we got. And so right now, if you look at our unmet needs portion of our budget, the forms, Form E, we're lacking travel monies. I don't know if the travel restrictions can be lifted, but most of that travel is done by our auditors. And then we have supplies. We have $20,000 of supplies that we put in there. And then, like I was indicating, we have this office space rental where we're tenants to the Kerrigan Professional Building. And so that office space rental, we're short $36,588 under building lease. So what we budgeted is only 7 months, so we need another 5 months worth. And then we have $5,000 budgeted for training and professional dues. Our auditors and some of our staff are required to maintain a continuing education unit, CEUs, and so that's what that is for. So we have an unmet need of $106,588. That's part of our the exhibits to our legislation. It's on Exhibit E. Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Members, any other questions? If not, I'll call for the question.
Chair, President Chair, this is Delegate Yell here. My brother just mentioned maintenance. That one I don't have that budget in my binder, but I'll probably look for it later. And I mentioned that he had unmet needs. So that's just my my comment, Pro Temp Chair. Otherwise, I'll vote. Thank you.
Augustus Chair. Committee members, call for the question. Chair Henio, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Chair Henio votes green. Shiche, Jimmy Yellowhair. How do you vote?
I'll vote green. I'll vote green. Can you hear me?
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Yes.
Honorable Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Kingensbaugh Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Green. Honorable Nate Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Did you give me my receipt? Motion carries. Moving on. Turn the floor over to Chair Henio.
Yes, Nantai, this is Marty Ashley. Thank you for your support and your vote.
Okay, with this, Vice Chair Smith, our next item on the agenda is we do have Office of Management and Budget. We do have Division of Human Resources and Fixed Costs. 3 legislations that committee members. So with this, and then also, $196-20. Hey, I'm sponsoring that again. So, Vice Chair Smith, if you would, chair the meeting, and I'll be the sponsor on this legislation.
We have item E, which is now OMB, legislation number 0196-20. Shada, read that into record.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is legislation number 0196-20, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Office of Management and Budget to be included in the Navajo Nation Comprehensive Budget for fiscal year 2021, sponsored by Jamie Henio and Jimmy Yellowhair, Council delegates. This legislation has been electronically read into the record. There are exhibits A through E and the Legislative Council's memo, and there were no comments from the Internet public review. Mr. Vice Chair.
I'll go ahead now. Request for a motion.
Motion by Delegate Crotty.
Motion by Honorable Crotty. Second.
I'll take second. Yellowhair.
Second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. We have a motion and a second. At this point in time, let's have number one as the agenda reads, OMB budget performance summary reports. OMB, Lisa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. I'll be reading the FY 2020 budget hearings packet. Number one, OMB, Office of Management and Budget. Again, the table of contents, A through E. I'll be going through those. Item A, FY 2021 fund type budget summary for the division for the Office of Management and Budget, Business Unit 105001. Navajo Nation approved fiscal year 2020 general fund budget of $1,431,153. Proposed general fund budget $1,431,153. Indirect costs fund $1,017,922. Zero proprietary, zero fiduciary. Special revenue fund internal, zero. Special revenue fund external, zero. Giving you a total amount of $2,449,075. Moving on to item B, FY 2020 third quarter ending budget expenditure report for OMB. Original budget is $2,524,739. Proposed revised budget is $4,045,768.72. Actual expenditures is $1,590,366. Encumbrances is $77,544.91. Budget available is $2,379,875.81. Giving the expense total of 41.18%. Part C will be handled by Ancita.
Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee, tab C for 2020 third quarter performance assessment report for Office of Management and Budget. Their first quarter was 2.75, second quarter 2.0, third quarter 1.80, scoring 3 is exceeding 2, meeting 1 not meeting, 0 is no report. Going on to tab D is the plan of operation. The Office of Management and Budget will state their plan of operation. There's no COA or legislative concern. That completes our report. Thank you.
At this point in time, committee members, OMB has read the performance summary report. Any questions on the performance summary report sponsored or provided by OMB committee members?
Chair, I have a question.
Is this Honorable Crotty?
Yes, I'm sorry. This is Delegate Crotty with a question, Chair.
You may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I know it's getting late in the day, but in terms of your report, help me understand. So OMB, I'm just looking at the report. So you make a report on yourself, or is there another department that checks? I'm just trying to grapple. I just realized now that we're getting the OMB report from OMB. So how does that work out when we're accepting this document? Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you for the question on that, Honorable Crotty. I'll turn the floor back over to OMB on that question. OMB?
Okay, I'm going to refer that question to Mr. Biel.
Was that OMB one to refer that to Mr. Bial? Is that what I understand?
Mr. Chair, I am here, Dominic Bial.
Okay, Mr. Bial, go ahead for the question.
Okay, to answer the question, the Budget and Finance Committee is aware, as well as all the other oversight committees, that we prepare this report for everybody, all branches and all divisions. And that same process procedure applies to us as well. So you just heard my staff prepared this report, provided you the information. So that's how it's done, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rial. Honorable Crotty, does that fix your answer or your question?
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I think I need to clarify. So I'm looking at page 8 of 29, and on the third quarter, I'm trying not to laugh. The Office of Management and Budget on your third quarter, you self-reported that you did not meet your goals and measures. Can you explain that to the committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Office of Management Budget, the question is posed to you on third quarter. I'll turn the floor over to you.
Okay, thank you. Responding to the question by Delegate Crotty. During the third quarter, which is the period April, May, June, we were this is the pandemic period, which obviously is still underway, and as Mr. Ashley explained, and I'll reiterate it, the government was closed down, and our office was operating on a very limited basis, just focusing on emergency matters and so forth. We were designated as an essential office with essential workers and so on. Therefore, for the third quarter, some of our performance data was lower than it has been in prior periods, during prior quarters. It's because of that shutdown closure having limited and staggered staff. I think I heard Marty say staggering staff. But anyway, there's also one measure that we had in this year's budget, which is developing the overall comprehensive budget, which is what we're doing now. But when this was first prepared at the beginning of the fiscal year, the budget process was scheduled to start during the third quarter. But here we are in August, which is the fourth quarter now. So therefore, we didn't start the activity, and therefore the budget report or performance report shows a 0 because we didn't start during the third quarter. So that lowered our score as well. But anyway, it's because of the COVID-19 emergency, government closure, etc., that caused the budget process to be delayed into now, today, the fourth quarter. That's why the scoring is that way. Delegate Crotty.
Negotiate OMB, Mr. Rial. Committee members, any other questions regarding the report that was presented by OMB?
Chair, Pro Temp Chair, please tell Gideon here.
Honorable Yellowhair, you have the floor. Go ahead.
earlier that we had a problem with this OMB budget. I don't have it in my binder, but looking through for my mail, my email, I don't have one from the OMB that the budget was sent to my email. Can't find it on starting sheet. Any con the Oasis Strong. Yeah, Pro Temp Chair.
Vice Chair, can I answer that? This is Peggy.
Hagushi, Jay. Peggy, go ahead and answer that.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair, and responding to Delegate Yellowhair. Yesterday morning, around 7:30, we received the OMB budgets, and it's a hard copy, and it's dated August 26, 2020, and you should all have it in your binders. It's kind of like it wasn't 3 holes punch or anything. It's just we just put it under the tab. What is it? Tab 9 or tab 8? Yeah, tab 8. It should be right there, tab 8. We just put it right on the front page where the legislation was. That's how we prepared. Every one of your binders has a hard copy. So you should have a hard copy, and I haven't seen, OMB hasn't emailed me that. Have you? Dominic?
I haven't personally, but the budget person responsible for our budget is Mr. Francis. I don't know if he did that, and he's on medical leave today.
Vice Chairman, this is Ramona. Can I answer that, please?
Janella, Ramona, go ahead and answer that. I know you were trying to put the packet together. Go ahead.
Yes, Vice Chairman. Honorable Yellowhair picked up his packet before I could put one of those OMB reports in his packet, so that's the reason why he didn't have a copy.
We have a problem here with the budget not being consistent with all the members. Who else is missing documents?
Yeah. We can provide that copy to Mr. Yellowhair by tomorrow if you'd like.
Members.
Protect Chair. I respect that when Tamasha is on the beat because she don't know this. I just note it down, and then I'll pick out the budget tomorrow. Pro temp. I'll say it on this. I'll make my note and I'll vote on it. Even though and I don't have the budget with me, but I'll write it my note in here. Yeah, Pro Temp Chair.
Chair. If there's no more questions for OMB at this point in time, let's go to the Director's Budget Overview. According to the budget, number 2, Director's Budget Overview. Could we have Forms 1 and 2 read into the record?
Mr. Chair, this is Dominic Bial. Do I have the floor now then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As I said, this is Dominic Bial, Executive Director, Office of Management and Budget. And I believe also on the line representing OMB would be Jermaine Jones, who is the Deputy Contracting Officer, and Bahi Bitsili, who is the Administrative Service Officer. So they're available on the line, and they can help us during this presentation and responding to any questions and so forth. But with that, I provided a written report, a narrative style report, dated August 26th. And hopefully you all have it in front of you. It's a report that's a little bit over 3 pages long. I'm not going to read it, but let me just highlight some of the information in there. Letter A is the division office overview. All that does is explain in Title II our plan of operation, the Appropriations Act, that lays out our duties, responsibilities, authorities, etc., all in budgets, appropriations, including grants, contracts. Now, letter B, we included a statement, a paragraph in our document that speaks about what we were just saying, the COVID-19 pandemic and how it affected OMB. And it refers to the shutdown, as I said, that went on for 5 months. Now we're partially reopened. The government is, but partial. And so, when the statement threw me off. So, anyway, the shutdown, as I explained on the Form 2 discussion, because we were closed and only had limited staff, staggered schedules. At one time we were Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, then another time Tuesday and Thursday, etc. And then we came back to working all 5 days, however, still on a staggered schedule. And we had to focus again on the CARES Act and other emergency matters, such as some of the grant awards that come in. The notice of grant awards, they need to be processed because there's personnel cost in those budgets. So we had rushed around a lot of times, even coming in after hours, in order to get those documents processed. So that was our focus during this period. So there's some explanation that's provided there. Now, letter C, this is a part that hopefully you'll be able to understand. It compares the 21 budget numbers to the 20. So in the first column there is the general fund, and next is the IDC fund. So for 21, you'll see the general fund is 1.431153. The IDC, 1,017,922. Together, the total, 2,449,075. Okay, those are the numbers for fiscal year 21. Now 20, which is today's budget, the general fund amount is the same, 1,431,153. However, the IDC fund is 1,093,641, a grand total of 2.5 million, or 2,524,794. So it was a little bit higher this year. The difference is in the IDC, minus 75,719. So the general fund amount, as you heard President say many times, it's going to be, the fiscal year 21 is going to be comparable to the 20 budget. That's why we had the same amount. However, the IDC went down. So net-wise, we had a $75,000 reduction in our budget as submitted. Now on the next page at the top there, it explains that one personnel position was eliminated, and then 5 vacancies that we have are budgeted for 9 months. So that would be about January 1st. And the reason we did it that way is because, as we all know, I think the committee has heard this many times, it really takes time working with Department of Personnel Management and the hiring process, advertising, classifications if necessary, background checks, etc., to get everything filled. So we did it like this in order to fit within our budget numbers. Now, the reason that's important is because in the fiscal year 20 budget, remember, all of us in the general fund got a general wage adjustment. So for this year, that funding came from the personnel savings lapse. But for the 21 budget, we have to absorb it. So that becomes an additional cost. And so if our general fund budget level remains the same, see, we have to absorb an increased personnel expense because of that. So this is our way of doing it. We eliminated one vacant position, and then the other 5 just budgeted for 9 months. Now, letter D and E for that matter, I'm not going to go through this in any detail, but it lays out some of our priorities and goals. 1, contracts, grants management. 2, grant compliance. 3, the CARES Act funds. 4, the annual Navajo Nation budget work. 5, the FMIS work. Number 6, staff training. And then 7, working on the 22 budget. That's a very short description of some of our principal primary activities that would be imminent in fiscal year 21. Now, letter E simply lists a number of accomplishments this year. The IDC rate has been completed and is applicable now. Number 2 is the 29 audit on federal awards. I think the controller also spoke about this because she does the finance part and we're on the single audit part. Number 3, the fiscal year 22 BIA budget. I think Chairman Hino and Vice Chairman Smith are both have gone to the TBIC meetings, the Tribal Interior Budget Committee. And our office is the one that generates all of the raw data for the budgets on the BIA side. 4, policies and procedures on externally restricted funds, Navajo funds, and chapter funds. And that work is still underway. It's not fully completed, but we hope to have it done by the end of this particular calendar year. Now, the piece that is done is the chapter budget policies. That is now into 21 BIM. It's in there as one of the sections. Number 5, Navajo funds. It just simply speaks about the budget for the 20 process. And then 6, NISLIZER priorities, working with the President's consultant, Strongbow Strategies, to develop the Nahatka plan and our role in it. F, the next page, is the budget forms, and I'll be going over budget forms 1 and 2 here shortly. Letter G, we also included an organizational chart that lays out our staffing and so forth. That's for your information. Now, H is another one that I need to bring to your attention. We have an unmet need in the amount of $68,120 to restore a senior contract analyst positions. That's the one that we abolished in order to fit within our budget allocations. So possible, I'd like to ask the committee to consider that. And then OMB requests approval of a $1.3 million carryover. It says 21 to 22. That's an error. Should be 20 to 21. I didn't catch that until we had already sent this over. And this money is BNF committee. You might remember last year and even the year before, there's been problems with Administration Building 1, especially upstairs in the OMB section and the Department of Personnel Management section, where there's bad air, there's, foreign bodies and alleged gas and so forth. That was causing a lot of problems. And so in October of this fiscal year, the Division of General Services ordered OMB and DPM to move out so they could start to work to assess the problem, and hopefully by now it should have been fixed. But then the pandemic struck. So again, everything was just put to the side, and there's been no movement. That's why that money, Delegate Crotty, hopefully you're there. That's why in our budget expenditure report that you were asking during the Tax Commission budget presentation, that's why that money is still there. And we would still hopefully have it carried over, because now that the government has reopened again partially, CPMD, the design and engineering component over at DCD, has been in discussion with us just a couple of days ago to get this project going again. Now, 1.3 million by itself is not enough, but nevertheless, we've been saving this in order to get this work accomplished. And hopefully, with the BNF committee's help and support, maybe we can get additional funding from the CSN fund. Remember, there's over 300 million still available. Or the permanent fund 5-year plan, there's still a tribal building amount left over. Some of it was reallocated to the Hajile project. Delegate Eno is familiar with that. But anyway, there's roughly $1 million or a little bit more still left there. So that's our unmet need. So let me move on now to Budget Form 1. We have, as I said, we have two funding sources, General Fund and the IDC recovery. So the grand total again, $2,449,075. Part 3 lists in column A our current budget. Again, I explained that, but it's $2.5 million. Our new budget is $2.449. Again, the minus $75,719. And where it affects us the most, again, as I explained, is in the personnel expenses, abolishing one vacant position and then the other vacant positions, just budgeting for 9 months. We reduced the travel by about $10,000 because, again, as Mr. Ashley said as well, we don't know when travel is going to be starting again. But we do have a tribal vehicle. That's probably the majority of the cost there. And then there's some increases, as you can see, in supplies, lease and rental, communications, utilities, repairs and maintenance, contractual. We eliminated that. Special transactions. Again, there's a small decrease there. In Part 4, the positions, again, for this year's 29 positions. However, for 21, we have 28. Again, that's that abolished position. Now, moving on to Budget Form 2. At the top of the page, it cites again our plan of operation and so on, describing our primary responsibilities and authorities. We have 5 goal statements. The first one is the the normal processing of all the documents we handle, which would be all of the about 550 documents each quarter, which are 164 documents, grants, awards, and so forth, budget revision requests, supplemental and carryover budgets, the IDC budgets, the grant awards modifications for both Navajo Nation and external funds. So it would be roughly 2,200 annually is the typical target. It's broken down equally by quarters at 550. The second one is grant compliance review on the external fund contracts and grant agreements. Now, what the contracts and grants section tries to do, they have 7 analysts, and they'll generate 8 compliance reports. So there's a grand total of 56, and then it's broken out further, 88 and 320 compliance reports each year. In each quarter, it's mentioned, the first being 56, the second 88, the second 88, and the fourth quarter 88. The third goal statement is the Navajo Nation organizational and management reports that we typically generate each quarter. Again, you heard OMB the last couple of days present the plan of operation report, the program performance, budget form 2 reports, the condition of appropriation, legislative concerns, budget expenditure reports, both general fund, external funds, for all of the 3 Navajo branches. So that would be 5 overall reports each quarter, and that is generated and provided to the branch leaders, the divisions, and then to the standing committees as well. Number 4 is information technology assistance, hardware, software, the upgrades and problems and issues we have internally with our own equipment, as well as the staff here in systems section also provides outside assistance to other departments, other programs, such as DIT. So there's 200 units per quarter is the target we have. Now, number 5 is a new one. It's the COVID-19 pandemic. So the statement is working with OOC, OPVP, BNF committee on all the CARES Act awards and the funding and so on. The measure is the timely review process, eligible, legitimate funding applications, and we're estimating that would be about 50 applications or budgets or fund expenditure plans each quarter. And because if the rule or the law as it stands at the moment is that all of this needs to be done by December 30th, then it only applies to the first quarter. But I think you're aware, most of us are aware, that the hope is that the Congress will extend it for another year or so. But anyway, that's the budget form 2. The rest of the pages are our budget form 3 and then budget form 4, explaining the object code details and descriptions. There's budget form 6 that shows the abolished position, and then the 5 prorated positions over 9 months. And then our organizational chart showing the staffing in each of our sections. You know, if you're looking at that, it shows in red where the vacancies are, the abolished position, and so on. Now, the last document that I want to go over, and again, it speaks to Delegate Crotty's question. This is a memorandum directed to President Nez and also to the BNF committee, and explains a little bit more thoroughly on the fund carryover of the 1.3 million. see, the 1.3 million was carried over from 19 into 20, and therefore it's still in our budget. But because Division of General Services has not been able to get fully going on fixing the building problem, Admin 1, and then the pandemic, as I said, struck and closed everything down, the money is still there. But hopefully we hope to get started. Towards the bottom of the page, about 3/4 of the way down, you see 1 and 2. We would hope to use this money to, number 1, help fix the Administration Building 1 problem. There's been general estimates given of anywhere from 1 to 3 million, depending on the scope and nature and magnitude of whatever the findings are that needs to be fixed. Or number 2, if number 1 doesn't work and it seems to be taking its time, then can we just get our own building? So as I said, we've been working with the CPMD to initiate this and get it going. Now, the general price tag for one drawing that was done by the registered architect over at DCD was in the range of 3 to 4 million. So this carryover will provide 1 million of it. So again, I'm explaining that we would need further help from hopefully the Permanent Fund 5-year building allocation fund or the CSN fund. Mr. Chair, that's the overview and explanation. And if you accept our additional need requests, the 68,000 to restore the position, then we can prepare the Exhibit E or fill in the Exhibit E, which at the moment is blank, and have it ready for your final action. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, that's the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bial. Back to the committee members. Any questions for Mr. Bial?
This is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Honorable Crotty, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, or Vice Chair. Mr. Bial, I'm going to ask you a similar question to Tax Commission. My concern is that you play a vital role in the government. Can you give me an idea on why you're chronically underfunded and now you have to abolish a position? I know that you're part of more of these internal discussions with the executive regarding their budget. Is there a way that this committee can help you? I need OMB to succeed so that we can get our financial house in order. And I'm concerned about the delay in the CARES Fund. And so if you could provide that information, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. What opposed to Mr. Bial? Bial? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Delegate Crotty, again, as Mr. Ashley said, good question. And my response would be that the general fund, which is our primary funding source, has been fairly consistent, stable as far as the amount available for a number of years now. So our office being one of these central administrative support offices, we don't have obviously field offices. We're not involved in direct services or anything, which is the popular thing. So we're all Window Rock based. so when the allocations are made, our funding level is simply most of the time equal to what we've always had. The part that ranges is the IDC. This coming year, again, there's a $75,000 reduction, but in other years there has been some increases. So, because we operate with both fund sources, those are the amounts we got. In fact, the 1.3 million that I just finished describing, you might remember the fund source was the 19 million or so victory. I don't know if that's the word to use, but DOJ led an effort to restore or capture IDC funds that one of the grants was not paying, going all the way back to 2004. I believe it was the TANF grant, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's where we got this 1 million windfall. And because we were having problems with the building, that's why we've set it aside for that purpose. Now, Delegate Crowdy, furthermore, in the new legislation for the CARES funding that was just dropped a few days ago, we are included in there for 600, I believe it was around 640,000 to provide us some additional funding to assist more specifically with the CARES funding. All that work that's imminent, it's already going on already. Jermaine Jones and I were already in like 3 meetings today on that subject. So that's all I can say. If the Navajo Nation ever got a windfall of any sort again, then hopefully we would be, one of the priorities to receive additional funding. Now, having said that, okay, let me say this. I believe all of you are aware, and this is an occasion to mention it, so it's a reminder to all of us. The new permanent fund 5-year interest income plan needs to be done soon. And depending on how it's done, the 60 million or so in interest income would become available for budgeting purposes. Now, the first 5-year plan ends this year, so that was used in the judgment of leadership. The majority of it went to projects, capital style projects. But in the next 5-year plan, I know that President Nez sent some memos over a few months ago to council and speaker about flipping that, meaning let's use it for the budget and not capital as much, because we have the CSUN fund, which is still there. Delegate Crowdy, I hope I answered you. That's my reply up to this point. Thank you.
Negotiation Nanda, any other questions for OMB?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crowdy.
Yes, Honorable Crowdy, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Beal, I'm concerned. I mentioned the CARES funding because I'm concerned with the funding that was allocated by council. There is a August 31st deadline. We all know that this was President Nez's crown jewel legislation 0116-20. I know sometimes we forget, but there was a huge campaign to get this passed. A lot of promises. and yet it looks like executives not gonna. They're missing the mark, right? I don't know how much money is set to revert back into Navajo Cares on Monday, but I think with that, I'm concerned about then these budgets that are not being processed. So we want to provide support and funding from the CARES to the people. And so we've asked a few different divisions, and I know that you mentioned your building and the challenges you've had. How have you been able to make sure that your staff are safe? And is there any issues like with PPE? Any issues with, as you mentioned, how your workforce is coming in staggered terms? I have like 6 questions for every division director. I want to thank you for your. I think you're only so far. I think you're the only one who's written a summary of your priorities. So that would be my question. And then the second one is it time to think of a set aside for OMB, OOC, and others who are managing our money? I think chronically what we could look at with that 3-branch agreement, and we've all sit in those conversations, I rarely hear them talk about OMB, OOC, Tax Commission, and others who are providing vital service. So let me know your thoughts. I don't know if we need to do a set-aside. I don't know if we need to take a certain amount from money that comes in. But I think I'll defer to you if you have an answer for that. Thank you, Vice Chair, committee members.
Hagushi, OMB, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Again, speaking to Delegate Crotty's questions. The CARES funding, the $714 million that Navajo Nation has received, as we're all aware, there's 3 resolutions that have been enacted now as line item vetoed. So we've been working with OOC, DOJ, and then the affected divisions or other entities involved in getting this all underway. Now, quite frankly, there has been some confusion about it, meaning from the entities and divisions involved. For example, there might be $10 million that was allocated for building, cleaning, disinfecting buildings. And that was given to Facilities Maintenance Department under Division of General Services. They're off to a slow start because currently the custodial staff and carpenters, electricians, etc., at Facilities Maintenance Department, there's not enough of them to really do this comprehensively. So they've been struggling with it. But anyway, that's just an example of some of the delays up to now. But all parties involved have been trying to help them to get going. Now, the President's office has started daily meetings now in the morning with the affected parties, OMB, OOC, DOJ, and then the various divisions, particularly Department of Health, on getting all this work underway and done and so forth. Now, the safety concern, I think most of you are aware, we're in the museum. We've been here since October now. And we use 2 conferences and conference rooms. We just moved into a 3rd. So the first original conference rooms, both are not large enough to follow the 6-foot rule. the spacing rule and so on. So that's why the way we did it, we had to do the staggered schedule. So at any given day, at any given moment, only a third of the staff are here. The rest of them are either working at home or on administrative leave. And so when they come to work is when they take the risk of exposure because they're not sheltering at home. So that's where we have the special duty pay. But since the last week, since the government has now reopened and there's no more stay-at-home requirement, and also the administrative leave provision is not available either. Most of our staff now have to come back to work. That's why we moved into another conference room. So the spacing requirement has been met. Now, despite that, all along, just getting basic personal protective equipment like gloves and mask, the cleansers and sanitizers, etc. That's always been a challenge. So we've been ordering, but because there's such a demand, all of our orders aren't always done in a timely way. Now, with some of these CARES Act funding, the 10 million, I think there's another one for 5 million or so, would certainly help once they get going with it. But nevertheless, that's how we've been dealing with it. The idea or notion about set aside, I think that would have some merit. And we can certainly look further into it and discuss it. But as I said, the using the permanent fund income, is already a fund source that's available to us if it's passed in a way that would help not only our office but others. We're not the only ones. Ms. Crotty, that's my response.
Well, thank you, OMB. Mr. Rial. Committee members, any other questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Yellow here, Pro Temp.
Oh, go ahead, Chair. Recognize you. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Chair, now, and that's the Chair of the committee. Could all this by you to share money. I don't have to check the license. We have a lot of a procurement regulation we have to follow. It's going to take some time. We're going to September next week. Because on our kids in the doors just now. November and December it's going to be to do with the cold weather. These infrastructures are going to work. I'm also thinking that additional bathroom addition. So, there's a young nota or the region U.S. Treasury. If it's the more than that last week. Now, one of our colleagues, the councilman, will submit a legislation to use it to keep that income to pay to the people. May as well instead return the money back to U.S. Treasury. As of the case was Farmer Hellerans also requesting for a extension. But any budget finance committee that we claimed was two weeks ago, a request to our attorney to follow up on a Tom Hiller's legislation in Washington. Extension, Hanzagu Garcia, Ada. On Sabaha, Sidi or Chair Maniki, Ashina Krichi don't eat. Ashina Lago Kadiasi, Nikia Lord. Chair, protect chairs too. I'll make it short right here. Thank you very much. On mute now.
Thank you for behind the committee members, any other comments, questions?
Vice Chair, this is Delvin Begay.
Honorable Begay, go ahead, you have the floor.
The Vice Chair, Mr. Bial, and this morning and out to here, I think with the just by listening here, you know that I think OMB has authority, you know, how these budgets are set up within accounts, with the all the building business units are set up for all these. Because I think during these budget hearings, I think all the directors, programs, even the division directors, program directors, and managers, they should really look over all their budgets they receive, to make sure they're all the calculation or made, or to make it to where they're all in line and then they're all the same. I don't know, maybe then before the budget season, I think before the budget hearing, you know, this should be expressed somewhere. So right now, I go revisit here and to alleviate some of these revisits. About this. So then on top of it, I think budget and finance committee, I think we can say that too. Maybe somewhere in the beginning of budget session, we should stress that to the division directors, saying that, you know, that to make sure they double check all those figures before they could present it to us in signatures too. Because once they signed it, that means that they checked it, they actually reviewed that. But my next question is going to be, so all this CARES funding, I think today, even though this morning and the day before that, I mentioned that budget hearing is today. That's what you know, that we're doing that. But a priority should be made that how we should all be concentrating is on spending that money of COVID CARES funding. There should be a priority. I just know, you know, how can we do this? How can we make that a priority? So in this case, but right now, my question to that is, so all these CARES fundings that was, some of them were approved already, were all approved to spend this money. So, Dominic, all these accounts that are approved for the money to be spent here, are those business units, are they established already now? So we can, so after you establish these business units, where does it go? So does somebody have to approve it, or everybody just starts going along with it using that budget units? Business unit to start spending that money. And who after that, who's going to be overseeing that this money is being spent accordingly to the detail of how the money was being restricted according to the audit. So that will be my question.
Honorable Gay, today you have OMB. I'll give the floor back to you.
Okay, this is Dominic Bial again. I'll speak to it, but I'd also like to have Jermaine Jones add on, because he's more specific, or he has more specific information on the business units that have been set up so far. But Delegate Begay, the first part of your comments about having the divisions, do better and have, more accurate budgets, calculations, figures. Yes, we would agree with you completely. Now, the only problem this year, of course, again, is the pandemic. You'll recall that back in, I think it was February, the B&F committee requested a general schedule of what a timeline might be. So at the time we did one, and that one would have started in April, right after the controller's revenue projections. So then we would know the numbers and get started on the budget. So the BIM and the preliminary planning among the branch chiefs and so forth would have occurred. And the intent was it would be a more what's the word I'm searching for? It would be a budget process, where a lot more checks and balances would be followed, used, applied. So the end product, at the end of the budgeting process would be better. But again, the pandemic struck, and B&F committee, you'll recall, at least 4 times we submitted revised budget calendars, keep pushing the budget process back because the government was closed down and only a few essential workers were on duty, until finally the decision was made last month. Well, let's get this done. Let's try to do it. So that's why we have the hurried and rushed process that we're going through now. And the good thing about it, what's saving us, quite frankly, is the 167 million general fund level is the same as 20. And even the allocations that the branch chiefs recommended and the B&F committee accepted are all the same too. So there hasn't been radical changes anywhere in a lot of the budgets. But nevertheless, I'm just explaining that because we're doing this at a fast pace now, there are some errors made along the way. Now, on your questions about the CARES Act, I'll have Mr. Jones speak to that. Jermaine?
Okay. Good evening, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jermaine Jones. I'm the Deputy Contracting Officer with OMB Contracts Grant Section. Okay. To answer Honorable Begay's question, we have established several business units. For Resolution CJN 4620, we established 3 out of 3, but we haven't issued the transmittal For Resolution CJN 4720, we established 5 business
Darlene?
units.
Can you let them know we're going to be here a while? Oh, okay.
Wait, what? We're not going to be here for a while. We're getting ready to recess.
Okay, can I continue?
Vice Chair back on board.
Vice Chair, we have a new, or an agent. Just let me know if they did the oath. And remember, we were going to do a time check at 5:30, so it's 6 o'clock. Let me know your thoughts on a recess. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy, did we get a confirmation on the oath?
Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance, I'm looking through my email, but I'm not really seeing anything. I did see one from Vahid Philly, but not Jermaine.
Okay, I sent one.
When did you send one, please?
Hold on, let me... At 4:54?
Okay, I'll take your word for it. I'm just looking through my email. I have so many emails. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Peggy. Let's proceed. Let's be time conscious on this and just get right to the question.
Okay. Okay, back to my report. Yes, out of Resolution CJN 4720, I've established 5 business units out of 5 that were approved. So now that these business units are set up, and transmittal has been issued to the programs, they can go ahead and expend their money. They can expend and use their money. There's no restrictions on it. And as for overseeing, I and myself and 2 other analysts will go ahead and review these CARES Act to make sure the programs are spending within what they were allocated. And that's my report. Thank you.
Committee members, did I answer your questions?
Chair, I think on this established 5 accounts, how much are those amount CARES funds to be allocated to these 5 accounts that are established? Lucretia, I know that bit of established your budget. That's my questions. Going back on mute.
My question is, Jay. OMB, you have the floor.
Vice Chair, those 5 business units totals $21,059,530.10.
I can barely hear you. Can you raise your voice a little bit? This is Dr. Yellowhead. Put that chair. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, the total amount for those 5 business units is $21,059,530.10. And we have 3 more that are set up, but we haven't issued a transmittal, and the total amount for that is $41 million. Those are the business units we have set up currently.
Okay, looks like you have only Chair Chetui. This is Delegate Yellowhead again. Looks like we have only like 62 million altogether. Chair. Sí, peso. it has 714 million that we had on the CARE Act. So, so the Quila, that's the first one in Egypt, ordered the $41 million even. Jeremy, and can you repeat the first one, 21 million? Chair, also not just curious to pro temp chair.
That was Mr. Mayor. Could you respond back to Honorable Yellowhair's question?
Okay, Vice Chair. Off of Resolution CJN 4620, 41 million has been budgeted into FMIS. Resolution CJN 4720, $21,059,530.10 has been entered into the FMIS. And I forgot to mention that on Resolution CJY 6720, $9,633,863 has been entered for judicial branch as well.
How much is that? How much? Chair, stand the chair. How much is that one for judicial? And also repeat your CJ in or CJY resolution.
Go ahead, OMB.
Okay, the amount is $9,633,863.
Thank you. Mr. J, did that answer your question?
Yeah. CJ in or can you repeat the resolution?
Resolution is CJY 6720.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Committee members, I think we're winding down. We've spent plenty of time on this. We had OMB give us the director's budget overview, and now we're down to number 3, B&F committee discussion / action. Committee members, is there any need to do any action, such as directives? No, this question would be to Chair Henio from Vice Chair regarding the action item on the unmet needs. Is there a unmet needs? And also item E, I think. You have the floor, Chair. Chair Henio, are you still on line with us?
Yes, I disconnected for a little bit and barely got back on.
Okay. Exhibit E, do we need to do any action on Exhibit E before we call for the question? That's my question since you're the sponsor on legislation 0196-20.
Exhibit E is what you're talking about?
Correct.
And that's the exhibit that was not given up. Is that correct?
Vice Chair, if I can explain, or if Mr. Dominic Biala wants to explain, that's fine.
Go ahead, Legislative Council.
Chair, Vice Chair. The issue was that Mr. Bial made a request for unmet needs, and if the committee chooses to accept the unmet needs and include those with the oversight resolution, the committee will need to make an amendment to include those unmet needs in the legislation, and then LMB can prepare Exhibit E. Mr. Vice Chair.
Chair.
Thank you, Legislative Council. Cha-ching.
Do we need a motion on that one, Chair? Pro Temp Chair? This is Delegate Yellow here.
We need a motion to
One motion, if it's any case.
Vice Chair Smith?
Chair Henio, go ahead.
Commissioner, since this has not been developed by OMB and we have not seen a draft of it, I believe best thing to do is to table this resolution and then revisit it with that completed worksheet on the unmet needs, and then at that time the committee can take action to make amendments to add it, or just move forward with a roll call vote. But if the OMB still wishes to have the committee consider it, then I believe we should just table it and then come back for revisit. That's my motion.
I'll second that one, Pro Temp Chair Jimmy Yellow here. Thank you.
I'll recognize the motioning table, Jamie Henio, to table this legislation till this is completed according to the Exhibit E, and second by Honorable Yellow Hair. With the motioning table, there's no debate. We'll go ahead and call for the question.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question, please?
And we're voting.
This is just a procedural question on what they need to prepare.
The procedural question, we'll turn that back over to Chair Henio on what the tabling procedure is, or his request is. Chair Henio, go ahead.
Okay, I stated earlier that by our advisor, Ms. Lowell, that this unmet need was indicated by Mr. Bial, OMB, but there's really no. I haven't seen any type of worksheet regarding what the unmet needs are, and so that's why my tabling motion is for up to tomorrow for the revisits. And by that time, OMB should have their unmet needs worksheet developed for a presentation to the committee, and then therefore we can committee can consider adding it or not. Vice Chair.
Okay, so as a point of clarification, can I add to that then, Chair? So OMB would need to prepare an unmet need budget. The budget forms, like all the other programs that submitted unmet needs requests.
Yes.
And then Exhibit E would need to be filled out for the legislation.
Yes.
Everybody on the same page now with the tabling motion?
Yes, sir.
As explained.
Pro Temp Monroe.
Okay. Call for the question. Chair Henio, how do you vote on the table motion?
Agree.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty?
Delegate Amber Canos-Bacrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Chat.
Honorable Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay? On the tabling motion?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. For the record, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Vice Chair not voting. Tabling motion is in place. Committee members, it is now 6 p.m. and a few minutes past. What is the committee members' wishes? I know that we wanted to be conscientious and take a recess till tomorrow and continue on. We have 1, 2, 3 more, I think, or 2 more on behalf of the legislations 019920 and 020020 regarding the budget hearing for B&F committee members. Senor, motion to recess.
Yes, motion to recess. Second, next to Member Crowdy, Honorable Member Crowdy, Cato. I'd like to second motions.
We have a motion to recess by Honorable Chair Henio and a second by
excuse me,
Yellow Hair. Call for the question. Honorable Chair Henio, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Crotty?
Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Daniel Brown?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. For the record, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Motion carries. We will recess at 6:14 p.m. We will see you guys, Budget and Finance Committee members, 8 a.m. by teleconference.
Good job, everyone.
This is